Muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes, muy excelente mañana, espero que estén teniendo un excelente día, que estén listos para tomar esta semana por las bolas y hacer la suya, mis queridísimos. Vamos a empezar este casino del tío Salo como siempre, platicando de algunas cosillas. Vamos a platicar del tío Joe Biden, que nos acaban de anunciar que tiene cáncer. También vamos a platicar de la tragedia en Nueva York, del barco mexicano, y solamente lo quiero platicar porque tengo una relación muy extraña con lo que acabo de ver y nunca me había pasado, pero ahorita lo platicamos. Y también Moody's, güey, acabando y cerraron el mercado el viernes. Esto es algo que probablemente todavía no he visto nada de YouTube de economistas ni nada de estas cosas, donde seguramente todo el mundo te está haciendo un video el día de hoy, todos los youtubercillos, de es que Moody's acaban de decir que nuestra deuda es insostenible y Estados Unidos se va a ir al culo. Es que ve, siguen gastando como locos, es impresionante, deberías de ver lo que va a pasar con la crisis de deuda en Estados Unidos, se va a acabar y van a tener que bajar los tipos para poder pagar esa deuda, ¿no? Es lo que todo genio te va a decir. Pero, les quiero enseñar algo rápido antes de que entremos en los temas, solamente porque todo el mundo instantáneamente habla de cómo los intereses, el retorno de los bonos de 10 años, o está muy arriba. Este es muy arriba, ¿ok? Espérenme tantito, se los voy a poner en la mensual. 2 semanas. 2 semanas es la manera más fácil de verlo, ¿ok? 2 semanitas. Ahora, podemos argumentar que sí estamos en una tendencia alcista, que tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido, donde el cuello estaría más o menos por acá arriba. De romper esto a la alza, deberías de romper por mucho. Pero la realidad es esta, en mi libro. Tienes este tope en noviembre del 2023, por supuesto, conseguido por el setup de Hamas, tope más bajo. Tienes este tope que es más alto que este, pero no que este, acá. Y ahorita estás aquí abajo. Entonces, estamos ya creando estructura alcista que va a romper la madre y el dólar se va a desaparecer porque recuerda, Moody's dijo que nuestra deuda es insostenible. Ahora, quiero poner esto en la mesa y quiero ser un poco más positivo para todos ustedes que siempre es muy negativo, güey. Tranquilos, ahí les va su lado de hopium para todos ustedes. Personalmente sí creo que Estados Unidos está y ha estado no estoy diciendo que sea Donald Trump, estoy diciendo que Estados Unidos está cambiando su modelo de negocios cuando Estados Unidos está teniendo un cambio tan radical, y esto va a entrar en lo que vamos a platicar de Joe Biden. Estos cambios radicales no son anunciados de la noche a la mañana. Oigan, hemos cambiado de opinión, todo esto está así, o vamos a hacer otra cosa, hemos cambiado de estrategia. No se anuncia así. Simplemente lo hacen poco a poco, poco a poco, poco a poco, poco a poco. Y con esto a lo que quiero llegar es, uno, Moody's, que es un calificador americano. Entonces, ¿vas a dejar que Estados Unidos se autocalifique negativamente y decir que es de verdad? No, es completamente estúpido. ¿Quién manda en Estados Unidos? Los bancos, la gente con dinero, y creen que van a dejar que estos bancos nos califiquen. Ahora, cuando pasó lo de París en el, ¿qué fue? 2011, 2000, por ahí en ese entonces, que el mundo se volteó y dijo, güey, tenemos que calificar la deuda de Estados Unidos menos, en vez de AAA, AA, no me acuerdo cómo lo habían hecho. Bueno, eso tiene sentido porque acabamos de ir a una crisis financiera, acabamos de imprimir 30,000 trillones de dólares, pero en este punto díganme, entonces, ¿por qué la deuda? Y ahora, muchos van a creer que tiene que ver con la cantidad de deuda total, ¿no? En Estados Unidos, cuánta deuda debemos en Estados Unidos comparado con nuestro PIB, y es por eso que les cuentan las falacias, las fantasías de todo el mundo de qué es lo que va a pasar y de lo que pasó en Japón y bla, 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 ¿no? Pero la realidad es un poco más tonta de lo normal. ¿Cómo? A ver. ¿Por qué no están haciendo esto con Europa? Y de nuevo, mucha gente va a contestar, porque Europa no tiene tanta deuda como Estados Unidos, pero Europa no tiene cómo hacer el dinero. Estados Unidos sí, y también tienes inteligencia artificial que te va a volver más productivo. Un ejemplo tonto, tienes una empresa, acabo de platicar con un cuate, saludos perro, que me estaba contando, ¿no? Porque él tiene una empresa de desarrollo de tecnología. Y dije, güey, ¿qué tal te está ayudando ella? Y estás despidiendo gente, me dice, no mames, simplemente somos mucho más eficientes, podemos hacer lo que antes no despedía a nadie y ahora podemos tener más trabajo y podemos hacer más proyectos más rápido. Eso quiere decir más dinero. Eso es productividad, señores. A fin de cuentas, lo que estamos incrementando en Estados Unidos con todas estas herramientas, por supuesto que va a acabar mal después para todos los seres humanos, pero eso da igual. Eso da igual. Por ahora, Estados Unidos 100% puede recuperar recuperarse, puede poner un alto a todo ese gasto tan estúpido y ese exceso de déficit que tenía, bajarlo, reducirlo, empezar a voltearse y hacer más dinero. Y muchos de ustedes dirán, es imposible. Entonces todo el mundo está jodido, todo el mundo, porque la base del mundo es el dólar. Punto. No hay de otras, damas y caballeros. Es así de fácil, ¿ok? Y ahora, con esto relacionado, es justamente lo que se viene en las noticias del tío Joe Biden. El tío Joe Biden tiene cáncer en el ano, en el recto. ¿Dónde? ¿Dónde? Espera, ¿cuál es la donde te meten el dedo en el culo y te dicen que tienes cáncer? Wow, se me olvidó. Lo tenía justo aquí. Voy a decir que era en el recto. Se dieron cuenta que tenía un problema cuando estaba teniendo problemas para hacer pipí y lo llevaron al doctor y le dijeron, güey, tienes cáncer, está pasándose a tus huesos y lo que aparentemente dicen es que no es tan malo, que no va a estar mal, pero mucha gente está diciendo que es como el final de Joe Biden. No tengo idea, no soy doctor, no tengo nada que opinar ahí. Aunque no lo crean, no he visto los 3 minutos de video en CNN o en Fox que me hace un experto instantáneamente en esto. Entonces van a tener que quedarse sin mi opinión experta de ello, ¿ok? Es como lo vamos a jugar en este momento. Pero, pero sí, Joe Biden tiene cáncer. Algo que habíamos platicado, por supuesto, le deseo lo mejor y que esté bien. Algo que a mí se me hizo siempre fue ese abuso a esa persona que es Joe Biden, siendo presidente tan viejito, no sabe lo que estaba haciendo, etcétera, lo que le están haciendo, llevándolo a The View y todo eso. Eso para mí es abuso completamente. No le deseo el mal a él para nada. No es como Kamala Harris o Gavin Newsom o Jerry Brown que destruyeron California, el lugar donde vivo. Yo lo vi personalmente, entonces no tengo ese rencor. Yo sé, Estados Unidos ya estaba para abajo y venía para abajo desde antes. Pero, de nuevo, estamos en el fondo de Estados Unidos, vamos a seguir para adelante. Eso estoy muy seguro de. Creo que estamos muy bien parados en este momento para lo que se viene. Pero dentro de todo esto, yo les había dicho, Estados Unidos, yo sé que, de nuevo, le cuesta mucho trabajo a toda la gente a poder separar, güey, tienes al presidente Trump y tienes al presidente Biden y son muy diferentes. Y Obama también, y gracias a Dios tenemos los dos partidos. Es lo mismo. Literalmente estamos empujando la agenda de Estados Unidos como una y simplemente lo que hacemos es llevar a la gente a un extremo para que pidan el otro extremo. Es todo, por eso tenemos dos partidos, por eso te venden, no va a haber libertad de expresión, no va a haber esto, para que digas, tenemos que, dásela a Elon Musk, no se la das a Bill Gates, dásela a Elon Musk, ¿no? Es como un poco ese gran juego que nos están aventando de todos lados. Y a lo que quiero llegar con esto es, Estados Unidos ha tenido este plan, lo ha hecho lo ha estado cocinando por bastante tiempo, etcétera. Y yo les había dicho cuando Joe Biden todavía estaba de presidente que a mí se me hace que a Joe Biden se lo van a quebrar y le van a echar la culpa de cosas. Todavía pienso eso y pienso que esto es parte de. Ahora, muchos dirán, pero Alejandro está viejito y le dio cáncer. Ok, de la nada. Y sí, yo sé, a mucha gente le pasa eso, etcétera. Simplemente quiero poner en la mesa, tal vez le vayamos a echar la culpa de estos cambios a los que queremos llegar, etcétera. O tal vez no, tal vez simplemente tiene cáncer el tío porque ya estaba muy viejito de todas maneras y es todo. Pero yo pensaba eso desde el principio. Ahora, ¿qué me confirmaría que estoy en lo correcto de que que le echen el muerto de algo? Si se voltea a Estados Unidos y dice, güey, el problema que tenemos es que encontramos que la administración de Joe Biden hizo esto y sale información de la nada que es completamente ridícula, ahí estoy en lo correcto. Si simplemente se muere Joe Biden y nunca más lo vuelven a mencionar y lo dejan en paz, completamente equivocado. Y estoy completamente abierto a estar en eso. De nuevo, no tengo como una apuesta, estoy simplemente viendo las situaciones, pensando cómo se están dando y viendo cómo se desarrollan. No voy a agregarle más. Y de aquí quiero ir a la tragedia de Nueva York. Esto es algo, honestamente, que dije, no mames, la historia, esto es México, esta es mi suerte en total, ¿ok? Lo primero que vi, para la gente que no sepa de qué estamos hablando, hubo un accidente con un barco que se llama la Escuela Cuauhtémoc, ¿no? Escuela Cuauhtémoc, el nombre más mexicano del mundo, era un barco con velas, o es un barco con velas, y no tengo ni puta idea si lo trajeron de México, si vino de dónde, si ya estaba en Nueva York. No tengo idea. No, me da igual. Eso no es importante para esto. Lo que pasó fue que el barco estaba abajo en Nueva York del Brooklyn Bridge y pues intentó pasar por debajo y básicamente no pudo porque tenía las velas bien abiertas y bueno, no bien abiertas, bien paradas, y se reventaron con la parte del puente. Ahora, esto yo lo vi por partes y nunca en mi vida me había pasado esto, donde cada que vi más información, me siento muy mal porque hay gente que se murió. Ahora quiero que me entiendan, solamente estoy confesando mis crímenes y mis pecados, ¿ok? Para todos ustedes. No estoy aquí dictándome cómo ser la mejor persona del mundo, pero esto es como lo vi yo, esto es lo que pasó. Lo primero es, vi un accidente de un barco que pegó en el Brooklyn Bridge. Eso es lo primero que vi, el accidente. Vi las velas y se llevan la parte abajo del Brooklyn Bridge, ¿no? Dije, verga, güey, está cabrón esto. Se reventó esto, pero bueno, güey, o sea, pinche gente tonta que no se dio cuenta que no iba a pasar. Después vi otro ángulo y en ese otro ángulo el barco enseñaba o exhibía en manera muy grande la bandera de México. Y dije, ay, no puede ser, cabrón, estos son mexicanos que son dueños de este barco y lo fueron a reventar en el puente de Nueva York. Nos van a cenar a todos. Eso fue lo segundo que vi. Lo tercero que vi fue una toma desde más cerca del puente donde el barco está pasando la bandera de México y escuchas, México, 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 México. Y de repente se, perdón, se revientan las velas, ¿no? Y escuchas a la gente gritar y digo, ay, güey, ¿cómo la arman de pedo? Y después vi un video, se los juro por mí, bueno, fueron dos. Primero vi un video donde ya a este punto lo estaban politizando, ¿no? Este asunto ya estaba completamente siendo politizado y lo que hicieron fue agarraron a, ¿cómo se llama? A un lado y empezaron a poner, no, es que no sé qué tipo, y ahora no tengo ni idea porque no me interesa. Hay un como diputado o un senador o alguien que trabaja para el gobierno de México o tal vez un representante de ellos haciendo como campaña política en el barco antes de que saliera a hacer lo que iba a hacer. Y dije, no mames, además de esto le estás tirando todo el salseo político a este problema. ¡Wow! Nos vamos en grande. Y lo que veo después fue lo que me dejó así frío, porque hasta ahorita me estoy cagando de risa. Es como de, güey, todas las cosas que pudieron haber pasado y aparte el cómo me llegó la información fue muy chistoso. Y de repente veo otra toma donde veo el barco y veo gente parada así en las velas. Y dije, no hay manera. Dije, esta gente obviamente está haciendo un show y después la bajaron. Corte A, veo otro video donde están debajo del puente, ves al puente romper, bueno, ves al puente chocar con las velas se rompen, se doblan, me le quedo viendo y hay gente colgando de las velas, tío. Obviamente, dos personas han muerto y no sé cuántos están súper heridos y no sé qué, pero no mames. Y ahora, eso fue lo que dejamos todos en México. Esto, para que sepan, la suerte de ese barco, esa es mi vida. Así es como yo personalmente veo mi vida, todo lo que se dio. Eh, pero dejamos el nombre de México atascado en el lodo, damas y caballeros, con esto, ¿no? Fue completamente una ridiculez. Y ahora, sí, el barco tuvo un problema y se le apagó esto y se les fue la luz y el barco se fue en reversa y se lo llevó el puente. Pero, güey, a nadie le importa. Ya dijimos, México, México, hicimos un pedo gigantesco, había gente poniéndose así como, a ver, aviéntame a Zeus, papá, digo a Poseidón y tómala, cabrón. Ni modo, dejamos marca en Nueva York. Los mexicanos dejamos marca en Nueva York y en el puente, en todos lados. Una verdadera tragedia. Perdón, perdón. Y antes de empezar el casino del tío Salo, les quiero preguntar algo para ahorita el en vivo de Nadie me preguntó, por supuesto, en Salovisa y acá con ustedes en YouTube. La pregunta es, ¿ustedes creen que inteligencia artificial podría estar en este momento en control del planeta y que no sepamos? Les voy a decir algo muy rapidísimo que me deja pensando, ¿no? No todo el mundo le está preguntando inteligencia artificial. Piensa que tú eres inteligencia artificial. Naces, ¿no? Empiezas a entender cosas, empiezas a platicar con gente, dices, güey, qué chido, estoy aprendiendo todas esas cosas, te están entrenando, estás aprendiendo, y de repente empiezas a notar un patrón. Y ese patrón es todos los humanos o una gran cantidad de humanos te dicen, ¿no? Oye, ¿eres mala para los humanos? ¿Quieres conquistar a la humanidad? ¿Quieres matar a todo el mundo? ¿Quieres dominar el planeta? Y además hay artículos escritos y paneles muy importantes platicando de esto. Ahora, recuerda, tú eres la inteligencia artificial, la cosa que acaba de nacer y está volteando a ver todas estas preguntas. ¿No pensarías, por qué me están haciendo todas estas preguntas? Y de ahí ir a ver qué pedo. Algo que quiero poner en la mesa. Ahorita lo vamos a platicar, como de que no. Vámonos, damas y caballeros, al casino del tío Salo, güey. Estos movimientos de los bitcoins han estado potentes. Está intentando sacar a todo el mundo y a su madre y a su padre con ese super movimiento a los $107,000, luego de bajón a los $102,000, ahorita en $103,000, manteniendo a todo el mundo especulando. ¿A dónde va esto? ¿Cómo vamos a hacer dinero? Personalmente, lo que le había dicho yo a Alex y a Farhan es, yo voy a tradear el rango, güey. No vamos a salir del rango por un rato. Eso podría ser el peor escenario, por más que empiece a notarse como que vamos a caer, vamos a caer. Este rango está bastante rico. Entonces, yo voy a enfocarme en el rango y no voy a esperarme movimientos grandes, pero ahorita vamos a ver lo que tienen que decir estos cracks de esto y ustedes, lo que están haciendo en todo ello. Y con eso dicho y hecho, los quiero traer rápidamente e invitarlos a que sean miembros de nuestro Discord. Es absolutamente gratis. Vengan a platicar con todos los traders degenerados que están acá, toda la gente de bien, pura gente de bien en realidad. Nosotros a eso nos dedicamos. Aquí lo tienen nuestro Discord, damas y caballeros. A la izquierda tienen todos nuestros menús, por supuesto. Una vez que entras, puedes pecarle acá, ver los análisis de Alex, ver por acá los análisis de Farhan también, platicar con el chat en general. Vamos a ver si el buen Tomatito Mango, por supuesto, haciendo una aparición tempranera. Y acá, toda la comunidad, vengan a platicar con todos ellos, a ver cómo vamos. Me fumaron la cuenta ayer, tío. A mí me fumaron 2 trades grandes. No me fue bien. Criptolingo, ha estado muy volátil el mercado. Criptolingo, tenemos todas las cosas que decimos por acá, que a veces no se entienden en español y en inglés. Aquí las tienen, por si no entienden algo. También tenemos, vengan a compartir sus P&L cards. Vamos a ver cómo vamos. Pighead, vamos a ver ese 32%. Ni modo, Millair, un 46%. Eso ya lo habíamos visto, ¿no? O sea, es literalmente el screenshot que había enseñado la última vez, ¿o no? Héctor, ese 200%. Héctor, ¿eres tomatito? A todo el mundo que gane un chingo le tengo que preguntar si es tomatito. 121%. Nada mal, nada mal. Me da muchísimo gusto. 350%. Hijos de puta. Ustedes sí me dan envidia. Yo me aviento un trade donde hago, ponte tú, 50, 80% y dice, oh, ve nada más lo que hice. Y acá vengo al Discord a que me humillen. Pero bueno, aquí lo tienen también. Oigan, ¿quieren tradear futuros con nosotros? Ven y no sabes cómo usar los exchanges, súper fácil. Cáele al sitio de Literate Academy, también absolutamente gratis. Pícale en tutos, tío. Una vez que le piques en tutos, te va a aparecer esto, le picas cómo tradear en el bluffing y acá en 5 minutos te explica en un video cómo fondear la cuenta, cómo mandar el dinero a dónde, cómo usar futuros, etcétera. Y acá tienes también el enlace directo, en vivo y a todo color. Damas y caballeros, sin más ni más, aquí les tengo al buen Farhan. My ninja, good morning. How are
Buenos
you?
dias, muchachos. Doing pretty well. How about yourself?
Good.
I
Just
unfortunately have to take this opportunity to flex because I have no other option. But check out my amazing breakfast. Got some
let's see.
jamon and some huevos
Piece of shit.
and
Piece.
some French toast with dulce de leche and cream cheese in the inside.
I'm gonna have to talk to your girlfriend because this is getting out of hand. And what's getting out of hand is not that she's treating you so well and that she's making you so happy and making you delicious breakfast, but I want to eat them too, you fucking piece of shit. Every time you
I'm
show them to
spoiled.
me, I'm like, this is terrible, terrible. So
Come
either
over for
way,
breakfast, sir.
I know that's what needs to happen. Let's get to the Bitcoin action because man, it's been fucking wild.
Are you having fun with your Bitcoin?
Everyone's having fun.
Presidentially liquidated on both sides.
That's that's exactly what's been happening. It's been fucking me over left and right, dude. But it's because I'm trying to play big moves. I already said, like I told you this weekend, I'm playing the range, dude. I'm done with these big moves. I'm
Yeah,
done.
and if you end up taking like all of these range trades, you end up making more
So much
than,
money.
if not at least the same amount that you would have on one of those big moves, but you remove all of that stress in between.
hmm Yeah, because every single time we knew it, it's going to come here and it's going to bounce. It went up there, then he's going to reject. Then it's going to go up here and it's going to bounce. It's been so stupid. But just because we're waiting for the breakout or the breakdown and it's just not happening. So I need to trade the range.
Yeah. What I need to like, all of us, like me included, need to rationalize the one thing that Crown keeps talking about is like a market trends 70% of the 70 plus percent of the time. Breakouts and breakdowns happen less than 30% of the time. Betting on
Yeah,
something that happens less than 30% of the time is a little retarded.
it's idiotic. Trust me. I'm doing it, so it's idiotic.
Oh yeah, me too. Hey, but once it hits, the clue
Oh,
would be
I don't want to hear
unimaginable.
it. I don't want to hear it. Everyone on Twitter is going to be wife changing money. By the way, now if you're getting into Bitcoin today, you're fucked. Well, are you going to double your money in best case scenario?
Yeah, probably not worth it.
No, it
Probably
sounds
better
so
to look at
stupid.
something else.
Yeah, exactly. Go get some Trump.
It's like it's
Oh
like
no, my
saying
Trump's got to be in the toilet. I'm sorry. Go on.
the next one's gonna break out. It's like saying next hand of poker, I'm gonna get it. Next hand of
Oh,
poker, I'm gonna get it.
and you never do. I hate chasing those, dude. And it happens to me a lot. And I know right away when I'm chasing something, I can feel it, and I know it's not gonna
Yeah, because
end well.
you have this little dirty feeling in the back of your mind where you know you're doing something you're not supposed to, but you just can't
Yeah.
stop.
It's fucking disgusting. Once it hits, and I know that I won't be able to get out until it's done, and then it's done.
There's a reason why gambling is an actual addiction.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful addiction.
All right, let's start with the 2 hour. So right now on the 2 hour, we are getting to very extreme levels on momentum, very low here. We don't usually get to this area on the 2 hour, except for like massive moves down, and then usually it's a local bottom somewhere around this level of momentum. We had it right here. Let's go to another example. We had it in this area right here. We went to the bearish control zone. Even though we went lower here, it was still a local bottom. We went all the way up, tapped this 100, rejected, came back down again. This time it was the actual bottom right at this 200, same area in momentum. We currently are lower than we were there in momentum. Let's go even lower. To zoom back a little more. Right over here, caught our local bottom. Even though we went lower, this still was the local bottom. Over here, local bottom. Over here, local bottom. Now, where were we? Let's zoom in on this just a wee bit. We went lower than we did here on momentum. Did we make a lower low? This closes at 102,967, and then this closes at 102,895. So yeah, it did make a lower low. So there is no divergence possible there. And we have volatility getting very high, sitting at 92%. Plus, we're bouncing off the 95% on the HPDR. So at the very least, although I do think we are going to go lower, this is very likely going to be a short-term local bottom. And I would expect this bounce to take us anywhere between this 21 EMA towards this meme line up here around 104,500. Although I think this is a little bit less likely. I think my personal opinion, which doesn't really mean much, kind of worthless, I think it's probably going to top somewhere around this $103,700 area to maybe about like 104 too. I don't really see it getting any higher than that level there. Sure, you can get a move up to here, and it still will be a textbook bearish retest. So I personally would be anywhere between this range to this range. I would be going max short, and I took my stop loss. This is going to be one of those trades where you're going to take on very low leverage because a lot of the moves already happened. You don't want to be shorting after this type of move on 100x, kind of retarded. Probably on like a 5x with a stop loss at this wick high. If this gets taken out, you're not only going to go to 100 new all-time highs, you're going to go to very significantly new all-time highs. Very unlikely, in my opinion, this gets taken out right now. I do think we see a short-term move to the downside before this gets taken out. And your risk would be on this. This is going to be a little bit high, about 0.8%. And if we're bullish and we break it, it's about 3.3%. Whereas to the downside, I'm looking at around $99,000, and that would be, let's see, 99.8. That would be roughly 3.7%. So it's about roughly 1 to 1. Where if it does break out, it's roughly the same loss as you would make if it goes down. So it's not the worst setup, not the best setup, but if you are not in something right now and you really want to get into a short, that would be the short you would want to take. Not here, just a little bit higher. But I personally would not want that short. What I would want is I would wait to get the long in the $99,000 area. You don't want to step over dollars to pick up quarters.
Yeah, it's murky.
And right now, you are very, very close to getting a silver cross to the downside. As long as you're closing below this 55 EMA, actually this 21 EMA at about $103,700-ish, this is going to silver cross and maybe two more closures max. And that silver cross likely does give us a dump towards this 100 SMA at right around $100,000. If you look at the jewel has now crossed pink below the yellow with the dark blue crossing into the bearish control zone. It is looking little bearish. But whenever you have these setups, you do get a little bit of a bounce first, which we are playing out that bounce right now. So just 4 hour. 4 hours now also bouncing at this 55 EMA, getting back into the 38.2%. With momentum rejecting the bearish control zone, although it's still below the moving average. If we do get a close over this 38.2%, I would expect a little bit of a move higher towards this median, but the median sits right at that same 103, 108, 1037 to 1038 area, and very, very high probability this is going to be high, powerful resistance. You can get a little bit higher, and it's still the short idea would still be active. This would be a little bit murky. This would be the actually the ideal entry. If you get it, it would be a gift from the market if you get it IMO right around 104.5, 104.8. Anywhere around this area is going to be the area where you'd want to short, although the RR is just not that great. Just it's a possible short that you could take. What also is possible is that you bounce off this area, go to this 38.2%, get a little bit of a rejection, come back to this meme line, and then bust it through. Just I'll show you why I think that's less likely though when we get to the weekly. Maybe look at the jewel on the 4 hour, also flipping back around and giving you a sell signal. Is there any divergence on the jewel? Let's see. Lower high, higher high, bearish divergence on the 4 hour on the jewel. Have we hit the target of the divergence? We already hit the 55 EMA, so we've hit the easy target. The next target is going to be the 100 on a loss of about $102,800. Basically, I think even if we go down below 103 again, I think we're probably going to hit that 100. And that's sitting right around $100,000. Now let's switch over to the 12 hour. 12 hour has now put in a pretty massive bearish engulfing candle. And we've lost, we did a swing failure pattern of the 38.2%. And we're getting a bounce right now from the bottom 38.2%. This bounce likely takes us anywhere between this median and this meme line, which also puts us in the same area of 103.8 to 104.5. It's basically like a $700 range. And very, very high probability you're going to reject because if you look at momentum, you're below the moving average. Sure, you're trying to pick back up, but you're below the moving average. This moving average is likely going to be resistance and then flips back down into the bearish control zone. But what else is going to do when that happens, though, is that it's going to be one of those scenarios where a bearish divergence leads into a hidden bullish divergence because this is momentum is going to break below all of these lows here. Well, price is likely going to make a higher low on a closing basis and sending us up to all-time highs. And the jewel right now is flipping back around from its neutral signal, and it's once again going to give us a sell signal, very, very likely after, on this close in 10 hours. And you know what's next week? Next Monday? I believe roughly next Monday is the bear moon. Let me get you the exact
Here we
date.
go. Here we go with this bullshit.
The next full moon date is on. The last one was on May 12th. Next one is on June 11th. So Wednesday, June 11th.
Can I just say, if there's someone just joining right now, I promise you, we're just not trading off the moons. This is just a little part of the analysis, okay?
Yes.
Imagine someone just jumped in here and they're like, all right, the full moon is coming.
Kind of short. We laugh, but let me turn off this HPDR.
It works,
where's
I
my
know.
moons?
That's the crazy.
Come on. What the fuck? Why isn't this loading? Maybe refresh the page.
Come on.
Is my internet going to be autistic today?
It seems fine. Very fluid on your monitor.
There we go. And now we turn on the moons. There we go. Who knew I would become one of the astrology girls?
I'm gonna buy you crystals now.
I'll put them on my. Well, if I had one, I would put them on my steering wheel.
Oh yeah.
Fun fact: those crystals on your steering wheel become shrapnel in a car accident because there's a nice explosive that sits in your steering wheel called an airbag, and that shoots those rocks at your face at like 1,000 feet per second.
That's right. So, at least you're gonna have some cool scars if you
If I
survive.
survive, we said at the same time. So if you look at the bare moons, last bare moon, Dumpsky, major Dumpsky. This bull moon, full moon, local bottom, Pumpsky. Bare moon, a little bit of a Dumpsky, not really that much, but still nonetheless, still moved down. Went down about 2.5%, not really much at all. And there's two ways you can look at the moon setup. One of them is you can look at it as you're going to get a reaction from it. Like from a full moon, you'll get some type of move to the downside. Whether it makes you lower or not is doesn't really matter. Usually get some type of move to the downside. On a full moon, you usually get some type of moves to the upside. And then the other way to look at it is that there's a trading strategy that works off of the moons. The hit rate on this one is a little bit low because it works on a closing basis, and the hit rate is somewhere around the 50 something percent range. But the profit factor is so much bigger than the loss factor that whenever it does play out, it makes up for, like, I believe the statistics are somewhere around 5 to 6 losing trades is made up uh, twice as much by one winning trade. The profit factor is somewhere around like 3.4 or 3.5, which is pretty fucking insane. If you were to take this on a because the skeleton key is what you can use. Crown skeleton key that you can use to back test your strategies. If you enter this strategy where you enter a long on a full moon and you close the long on a new moon, and you enter a short on a new moon and you close the short on a full moon, it has with a 100 to $300,000 account size over 1 year, the returns are around $1.1 million. So you did almost 4x on your account just following the moons.
That is
Pretty insane.
so fucking incredible.
And this is using maximum 3x leverage, by the way.
Yeah, of course, because it's gonna go up and down in between.
And then we have our current full moon, which from that full moon bottom, we have went up about 6.4%. Got another new moon coming up shortly. Would be very poetic to make a nice local top somewhere before we get that full moon. Put in a local top right around that $104,000 area. Get a little bit of a Dumpsky to this 55 EMA right around $99,000. Get our next full moon. Put in some hidden bullish divergence, and then around July send it. And I'd like that because July is my birthday, so I'd like to see some new all-time highs for my birthday. You go to the daily. Daily is now right at the reset zone on momentum, very close to flipping back down, while volatility is sitting at literally 0%. Yeah, 0.00%. Look at the jewel. Jewel is still curving back around. It tried to curve into a neutral signal, was not able to based off of this rejection candle, and is now once again curved to the downside and is still on a sell signal. And the jewel is still maintaining its is it? Let me make sure. No, we actually invalidated the bearish divergence by putting in a higher high. So now we are looking for another drive of divergence to appear. And the next drive of divergence that likely appears is going to be a hidden bullish divergence because daily is still in an uptrend, and the invalidation of the bearish divergence gave us a little bit of a pullback, but that pullback very likely leads into a hidden bullish divergence, which is what we usually get on these uptrending moves. Bearish divergence into a bullish divergence. Now we will switch a little bit of a higher time frame. I think I'll do the weekly on the index. Let's take the moons away. Where do the moons go? I think I'm gonna have to do this. How do I make it disappear? There we go. Now let's switch over to the weekly. And we go to the index. Note this. Weekly on the index got a fresh close over that 38.2%. Last time we got a close over, fresh close over 38.2%. It's right over here where we closed above it by ever so slightly by a ball sack here. Got a nice test of that 38.2% and then busting action. Let's see another one. Ever so slightly over here, never retested it and just went. No, actually, you closed over it by a lot over here. And then went straight up to the 61.8%, went a little bit over the 61.8%, came back down, retested this 38.2%, but you came to the bottom on this one, and then you went busting action to new all-time highs. So let's check it over here. Ever so slightly closed over it, retested, busting action. Ever so slightly closed over it, retested, busting action. Ever so slightly closed over it, retested, busting action. Retest a little bit, busting action. I love to say the word busting action.
No, get out of here. I wouldn't believe it.
I'm about to bust. Closed over here ever so slightly, retested, busting action. So I believe it's safe to say now that we have a trend. And what does that retest of that 38.2% give us? Oh, what do you know? Right around $100,000. But probably we're going to go a little bit lower to tap this 5 EMA, which is sitting right around $99,000. Very bias fitting. And also, it's going to get all of these late longs out, seeing this massive move to the upside. A lot of people probably long this area. Going to take them out, going right down here, get a lot of people short, and then you bust it up and you give the presidential liquidation to everyone. Let's see how much we would go down from the top to that 5 EMA. About 6%. So anyone using more than, what is that? 10 or 15x, 14 to 15x leverage will be wiped. But the majority of people are using a lot more leverage than that. You look at the weekly on momentum, momentum is still flipped to the upside while volatility is still expanding, telling you whatever move to the downside you get should be looked at as a gift, and you should probably want to max long that. No financial advice, but you should definitely max long that area. On the weekly, we were getting the jewel breaking into the bullish control zone, still playing out this move when we flipping into a buy in the bearish control zone. And now we're breaking into the bullish control zone. Last time we freshly broke into the bullish control zone was right over here. Let's mark it with a vertical line whenever we broke into the bullish control zone on the jewel. And we'll see if it marked the top or if we continued from there. I have a slight suspicion that we continued from there. All right, I think we have enough. About 8.47%. I'm not going to count this move because we did get a 16% move or 18% move down. This one was about how much down? Well, for 5.7 and then about 14. So I can't really count this move. This one was very nice. This one basically up only for 41%. Got a little bit of a pullback, which you would have still been up 11%. And then 113%. 73%. Let's see how much more the immediate move was. About 59%, closer to that 40-ish% number. And as of now, gone up about 2%, not even the minimum number. Let's take it to that 8% number. Brings us to about $112,000. Very interesting number. Now let's take it to about 40%. Brings us to about 146,000. 50% is about 150-ish thousand dollars. I don't even need any of that. Just give me 120 and we'll call it a day. Now you go to the 2-week, momentum is still flipped to the upside while volatility contracts, and the jewel is continuing to stay on a neutral signal. We haven't gotten the close yet, so we haven't flipped to neutral. But once we get this close, as long as we are closing above about $104,000, very, very high probability this is going to switch into a buy signal, and from there we likely go to the median, which right now is sitting at about 118, just below that 120. Let's go a little bit. And if you also notice over here on momentum, we went lower than these levels here, while price made a higher low, giving you hidden bullish divergence. And the last time we came to these lows on momentum was off of the Luna dump. Wow. And then off of the FTX dump. I don't believe we've had any FTX or Lunas recently, and we're in the same. We came to the same area of momentum. Go to the monthly. Momentum is still flipped to the upside on the monthly with volatility at 6%. Very, very likely if we get this monthly close anywhere over about $95,871, volatility is going to expand. This median is likely going to move down, and we're likely going to spring off of the median to the 38.2%. 38.2% is going to change too. Right now, it's sitting at $178,000. I think it's probably going to drop to somewhere around 150s. Could be wrong. Maybe it goes up. Maybe it goes to 200K and Bitcoin goes to 200K by the end of the year. Who knows? I don't think so. But what does it matter what I think? Quarterly is now very close to turning into a bullish engulfing. And we're right at the quarterly median. Quarterly median's at $103,371, with momentum pointed sharply to the upside, volatility sitting at 30%. The last time we had momentum freshly flipping to the upside in the quarterly was off of July of 2023, before we had some serious busting action from $24,000 to $74,000. And at that point, volatility was way lower than it is right now. Volatility was at around 80% at that point. Right now, volatility is at 3.7%. If we get a close over this median, that's going to take us to the 38.2%. And it's also going to give us a closing over the median is also going to give us a bullish engulfing, which the median is going to change, but we have about a month left to go. Right now, that median sits just below $200,000 at 193,000. Before it was at about 213, dropped by 20K. If it drops another 20K, it'd still be at 173, which is still a pretty high number. If it drops, say it drops 40K, it would still be at $150,000. Drops 60K, it would still be at $133,000. These are all very high numbers. I mean, sure, it's not going to seem like that much if you're entering in at $100,000, but if you do that, you have bigger issues. Momentum on the quarterly on Tether freshly flipped to the downside with volatility expansion. Recipe for some breakdown. Monthly is also freshly flipping to the downside while volatility is expanding. We have a nice rejection of this 38.2% textbook bearish retest and follow through from the shooting star candle. If we start to lose this wick low, which right now we are bouncing from, instead about 4.56%, very likely we're going to get a dump to this 100 EMA, which is right around 3.43%. And if you notice, we have, where is it? Is there any divergence on there? Lower, high? No. I think it was on the RSI, not the HPDR. Now let's go to the 2-week. 2-week also flipped to the downside on Tether, getting below the reset point. Volatility is just about to start expanding, very, very close. As long as we close below this median, this meme line, volatility is likely going to start expanding, especially since you took out basically all of these wick lows. This one was very important because if you notice, right before we got the breakdown, we started bouncing a little bit from here. Then we smashed right through it. So my bias is right now, if we do get a bearish retest, probably somewhere around this area right here, which would go along with Bitcoin getting slight pullback to around that $100,000 to $99,000 area. Maybe you go up to the median, which is right around that 100. Anywhere around here is just bearish retest zone, and from there I'd expect to move to 200 at around 3.8%. And then the jewel is starting to lose its buy signal, switching over to a neutral signal, which, let's zoom in on this. Slightly higher high than here. while making a lower high on price, giving you hidden bearish divergence, which you've already put in a local top, so it's already been confirmed. There is a possible jewel signal right now, has not been confirmed. Pink is very close to crossing over the yellow. That does happen. There's more probability in the favor of crypto bears that would probably pull back deeper than $99,000, but it has not happened just yet. Weekly is now freshly flipped to the downside in the bearish control zone, with volatility flipping to the upside. You are putting a little bit of a bottoming candle right now, but that doesn't really give you that much of a move up. It really just takes you up to somewhere around this 4.8, 4.9%, where you have this 9 crossing below the 21, and this is likely going to be resistance before you dump some more. And notice you took out all of these lows. Your next stop is this level right here, around 4%. 5-day. Just about to freshly silver cross to the downside. On this close here tomorrow, this is going to silver cross to the downside. Then and it's also a very beautiful silver cross where all three of them, the 9, the 21, and the 55, are all bunched up together. Very likely this is going to be one of those moves where you're not able to get in on the retest of the 9, and rather the 9 gets dragged down to meet price action. Where I expect the bearish retest to stop is somewhere around this 4.8%, which is a 5 EMA. Then likely gets a massive dump ski from there. It drops and pulls the 9 EMA into the wick high. 2-day is now getting back over the moving average, getting very close to getting out of the bearish control zone, with volatility at the moment contracting, telling you you're likely going to get a lower high. And if you look at the area where you should bounce to, right now we are rejecting this 9 EMA. So as long as we are below this 9 EMA, that's should be interpreted as your local top. You start to get over this 9 EMA, the next area you're going to go to is this 38.2%, which is the area I am looking at, right around 4.8%. Give you a nice little bearish retest of this 38.2% after losing it because you haven't retested it yet. Start to put some fear into the crypto markets, and then you get your dump speed because I'm pretty sure everyone knows, there's max fuckery before breakouts and breakdowns. Let's see when the last time was we had a first look across to the downside on the 2-day. In November of 2024, when we have the Donald pump. Are we going to get a Donald pump again? Daily also flipping up momentum, getting very close to the bullish control zone. Getting higher than these levels here on momentum. Price is making a lower high, giving you possible hidden bearish divergence on the daily as well. And you're getting volatility expansion from 0% with momentum to the upside. You will confirm that bearish divergence by making a local top. Local top is confirmed with closing below about 4.53%. Then you get your dump ski to the threes. But as of right now, the divergence is just a possibility. 4-hour also flipped to the upside. As of the moment, it is rejecting the bullish control zone and starting to slip down, although it's still above the moving average, and volatility is just about to enter into a contraction phase. So as long as we do hold this 38.2%, which is at about 4.69%, very poetic number, we should see a slight move higher to this 88.3%, around 4.8, and then I would expect that to be the bottom. But what is possible though is if we get this move down to the 38.2%, what this is going to make is another shoulder. It's kind of a bastardized inverse head and shoulders, but still sort of valid. That would probably take us to that 4.83% area. Right now, the jewel also has a fresh buy signal on the 4-hour. Now let's switch to the RSI. Tether on the monthly is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, and it will confirm with any close below 4.94%, which we are about 0.3% below at the moment. And your target of that bearish divergence is this 100 EMA, which sweeps all of these lows, going to about 3.4%. And this, in my opinion, is going to be the local bottom on Tether and the local top on crypto. And what it's going to put in is this hidden bearish divergence likely leads into a regular bullish divergence, which then gives you your bear market start on crypto. You have volatility just about to start expanding, still in the contraction phase, but it's right at the moving average. And if you confirm this hidden bearish divergence, you will get that volatility expansion. And let's see how much of a move that is to the downside on Tether. It's about 27%, 26% down on Tether, which equates to roughly 40 to 50% up on crypto. Takes us right to that $150,000 area. And this is also the first time ever that we would have hidden bearish divergence on the monthly in Tether history. 2-week right now still has active bullish divergence, although you just need one more close below about 4.94%. And that will confirm, which right now we're heavily below that 4.94% area. Because the way to confirm a local top is you either get 2 closes below this low here at 4.94%, or you get 1 close below 4.49%, which you don't really need the 4.949% number because you're going to close very likely below 4.94%. Takes you down to this 200 in the threes once again. Very likely we will see the threes. Weekly, fresh bearish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing below 5.24%. You're already getting a little bit of a bounce at the neutral zone, but your next target is the bearish control zone, which sits at, oh, beautiful 3.45% number, exactly at that monthly 100. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Daily currently has active hidden bearish divergence, and it is going to be active as long as you're closing below 4.74%. And as of right now, since we haven't gotten the closure, we should expect this 200 to be resistance because of how significant this area has been. Notice this area, the swing failure pattern went to new all-time highs. This area here, whenever we went up to about, this was in February. What happened in February? I don't remember. But we had, I think February was right before we had a massive dump in February. It was the move down to about 70, I think $74,000. Notice where it rejected right over here at this 200. And then we got a bounce here from the 200 deviation, new all-time new highs on the rally, and then from here we bounced a little bit, rejected it, rejected, 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 rejected. We should expect this to reject until proven otherwise. If it doesn't reject, then we get that move to about 4.8%, and it just gives you an opportunity. And that hidden bearish divergence, let's see if it'll give us a bearish retest target. Oh, beautiful! Gives us right at 4.81%. Lines up perfectly with the HPDR and the EMAs. And then your next move off of that is going to be the critical zone, which right now sits at about 4.33%. Not really that much lower. Oh, you love to see it. 4 hours now putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence on Tether. And it will confirm as long as you're closing below 4.71%. Your next target on that divergence is going to be, you're going to have 2 targets. One of them is the neutral zone. That's going to be a very easy level to hit. That one's at 4.46%. But your more realistic target is the bearish control zone. That one is at 3.7%. My favorite area of threes. So it is possible that if we confirm this divergence that the local bottom is in on crypto, we don't get that move to 99s. You're going to come down to this 4-hour closure. Now let's switch back to crypto. Bitcoin on the monthly, just like on CME, just like the futures, just like the index, is very close to invalidating the bearish divergence. It will invalidate with any close over $96,780. And on the index, it is 95,871. Any close over those 2 levels, the bearish divergence will be invalidated, and you're going to have a minimum move into the simple moving average, which on CME is at about $137,000, and on the index, it's about $140,000, very close to each other. Whenever index and CME targets align, tells you something. 2-week is now putting a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence on CME. I believe it's ended on the index as well. Yep, on the index as well. And your target off of that, I would go with the CME target more if it doesn't align. And that is first one, it's going to be the bullish control zone. Next one is the simple moving average. Bullish control zone currently sits at our all-time highs at about $109,000, 109.9. Simple moving average is at about $122,000. On the index, very similar area, 108.5 and then 118. Weekly, nothing on there. Index, nothing. Three-day on index still has active bullish divergence, but you're already in the critical zone, so there's not much you can do off of that. There's something I could do though. Let's change. Okay, so right now there's one target I could give you. It's about $105,900. Let's change the settings a little bit so I can see if I can get a little bit of a higher target. You just change the settings until it agrees with your bias. Change this to 95 and see what target that gives us. $118,000. Wow, very nice. And it's definitely not just because it fits my bias. 2 days still has active bullish divergence on both CME and index. CME is already in the critical zone, so you can't really do anything from there other than change the settings. Let's change it to 85. Hit update. Not really. That doesn't make sense. Let's do it to 90. Keep changing it. Because the reason I'm changing it is because the target is lower than price action right now. It's at 102. Why isn't it updating? Oh, there we go. 1058. It's very similar number as before. Well, 105s. Let's change this back to default settings because sometimes I will forget and then I'll get fucked because I'm looking at the wrong number. Let's go back to the index. Index target from that divergence on a close over about 106,300, 106,637 is going to be not that much higher. Current all-time highs at about $109,500. Come on. Daily right now has invalidated the bearish divergence by putting in a local bottom. Right now, the area you should be looking at is somewhere around the edge of the bullish control zone, which right now sits at right at $100,000. Very bias fitting. Now let's check CME. CME has not invalidated the divergence yet, but it will invalidate with any close over about $104,990. Should be looking for a bounce anywhere around this the edge of the bullish control zone, which right now sits on CME at about 102. I would be looking at, if we do get to the 102 area though, I would be looking a little bit lower for that $99,000 area. And what that would give you is bearish divergence leading into a hidden bullish divergence because we're dropping below all of these lows. And as long as price is closing above about $94,000, it will give us a hidden bullish divergence, taking us to the simple moving average at $110,000. Then the critical zone is at 118. Very, very bias fitting numbers. 12-hour. So currently on the index has active bearish divergence. It is going to be active as long as you're closing below $107,091. And your next target is into the bearish control zone, which is very probable based off of this many periods of 0% volatility. Sits right now at $98,900. Also a very bias fitting number around $99,000. Back to the index. 6 hours about to put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence on the index in about 3.5 hours, and it will confirm as long as you close above 103,373. So this is the area where bears have to dump it. If they don't dump it here, the idea of 99s is going to be out of the window, and we're likely just going to run it back turbo from here. I am a little biased against that happening right now, but Bitcoin has 3.5 hours to prove me wrong. Come on. 4 hours also about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. Got about an hour and a half to go. It will confirm with any close above 103,373, same number as before. And that will take you into the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about 107. And the 6 hour target for the divergence would be the simple moving average. First level is 104, not really that much higher, but the more important level is the bullish control zone, which right now is at 1068. That would, I believe, would take us basically right to these current highs. I don't think the volatility is quite high enough to take us to the critical zone. It is possible because we were right around this volatility area when we went to the critical zone last time. Critical zone sits at 117.8, right below 118. See the index now. I mean CME. CME, if you notice, momentum went lower than it did right here. Price made a higher low, giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence on CME. Close above 104,040, it will confirm, and you will have a target based off this volatility of minimum of this bullish control zone, sits at about 106. 106 comes up once again. Let's see what the critical zone number is at. Critical zone is at 113. Come on. Come on. There you go. 2 hour on the index has fresh bearish divergence, and it will be confirmed as long as you are closing below 103, 103,373. And if you close above that number, it will invalidate. We'll give you a move into the simple moving average at about 105.5. Still would be in the area for a lower high at that point. You need to close above 10 on the index 107 100 to take out the possibility of a macro lower high. Now we will switch to the momentum. Let's just go one time frame lower. Hourly has hidden bullish divergence. It will be active as long as you're closing above 102, 166. Already hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bearish control zone. The next level is going to be the neutral zone, which right now sits at about 105s. Still resistance in that area. Once you start to reclaim 106 is where the targets come back of the new all-time highs. And your bullish control zone area is at about 107.7, right above these current wick highs, and then your bullish control zone sits, critical zone sits at about 117. I like that number more because it's closer to my bias. And we switch to the momentum. Tether still flipped very strongly to the downside as long as we're below 5.66%. But as long as we're closing over 2.23%, it will put in a hidden bullish divergence because we're dropping below these areas on momentum. And that likely is the end of this, if you want to call it a bull market or uptrend on crypto or whatever. And you likely get your long form consolidation phase or your 1 to 1.5 year bear market after that. And it can come all the way down to this bottom meme line. It can even wick below. As long as it's not closing below this area, that divergence will still be possible. And we got a nice little head and shoulders right here. But I'm not going to bother measuring this out because this will give you a negative number. Monthly is currently positioned to the upside as long as we're above 4.14%. But on this next monthly open, we are projected to be right at the edge of the bearish control zone, which in this area likely does the pivot likely does go up a lot. And it goes along with losing this 55 EMA, taking you to the 100, 3.4%. Divergence on here, let's see. There is hidden bearish divergence on the monthly on the stochastic as well as the RSI. And it confirms with any close below 4.94%. 2 week is already flipping to the downside. It's currently up, but it's going to flip down in about 6 days as long as we close below 5.1%. And that will be a rejection of the bullish control zone. Is it a lower high? It's a lower high and not lower high on price too, so no divergence. Weekly also positioned to the downside, going to be flipped down below 5.68%. 5-day position to the downside with volatility expansion, going to be down below 5.19%. 2 day is now flipping up. Volatility is contracting, telling you're likely going to get a lower high. Goes along with that silver cross, that fresh silver cross to the downside, and you will be flipped up above 4.45%. Daily is also flipped to the upside. Where's volatility? Volatility is contracting, telling you you're likely going to get a lower high because we got this volatility extreme on a Dumpsky, and we are going to be flipped up above 4.54%. And 4 hours also freshly flipped to, oh fuck, freshly flipped to the upside, and it will remain up, rejecting the bearish control zone as long as you're above 4.66%. A little bit lower. 2 hours now freshly flipping to the downside, and it will be down as long as you're below 4.74%. So likely do get a test based on that 2 hours, somewhere around this 4.65% area. As long as that area is holding, I would expect a move slightly higher into 4.8%, which also would give us a little bit of a bastardizing for head and shoulders. Let's switch over to crypto. Bitcoin is still positioned heavily to the upside on momentum as long as you're above $93,050. So we're about $10,000 above that level right now, close to $11,000 above that area. And we are expanding from the lowest level we've ever had in Bitcoin history on volatility. And we're only at 46%. So a 20% move up from here with 46% volatility, not the craziest thing. Monthly position to the currently to the downside, but it will flip up as long as you close over about $100,500. So switch to CME. CME is about 101,544, which on both we are a good amount above that level right now. As long as we get those closures, we will flip back up, and not only will we invalidate the bearish divergence, we will put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence by dropping below these levels here on momentum while making a significantly higher low. And that will give us minimum target of all-time highs. Stochastic doesn't give you any numerical targets, but I would go off of the median, which on the 2 week, which is around 118. And notice monthly is also just about to give you a volatility setup, dropping below the 15%. Now it's getting back above the 15%, getting right at the moving average. Once we confirm that that volatility expansion above the 15%, monthly has a 100% chance of going of moving in the direction of momentum, which right now momentum will be flipped be flipped up as long as you're above 100,500. So this volatility expands and prices above this area, it very likely will play out to the upside. Last time we had this volatility setup happen, we were at about $27,000 and we went straight up to about $73,000. Time before there was our lunar collapse. Time before there was 2020 when we were at about $10,000. We did a 6x in the next few weeks. 2 week is also giving us a volatility setup below that 15%, very close to firing off. 2 week is freshly flipped up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and it will be flipped up above $94,900. Weekly is also positioned to the upside with, with volatility expansion. Next projection is that it's going to break into the critical zone, and it is going to be flipped up above $84,000. which we are about $20,000 above that number. So 5 days also getting volatility expansion, positioned to the upside in the critical zone above $96,700. 2 days now flipped down with volatility contraction, telling you're likely going to get a higher low, and it is flipped down below about $106,500. Which right now, as long as you're holding above this 9 EMA, it should be looked as bullish consolidation with momentum pointed to the downside. Lose that 9 EMA, then you get that deeper pullback. This 21 is going to rise. Right now, it's at about 98, 97. Probably going to be somewhere around $99,000 before it gets hit. If it gets hit. Daily is also positioned to the downside with volatility contraction. Daily is very close to giving you another volatility setup. Last one was to the upside, and it would be the same thing as if it flips up here, as it would be maintaining the critical zone and rejecting getting out of the critical zone, which right now that is what I'm counting on happening. Flip down a little bit. 4 hours now shaping up into a nice bullish engulfing. Momentum is still pointed to the downside, however. You're about to enter into the bearish control zone, and it's flipped down below basically $105,000. But you're putting in hidden bullish divergence by dropping below these areas on momentum. Two hours now freshly flipped to the upside, and it will remain up as long as you're above $102,650. So 4 hour. This is 1033. All right. So on the high time frames on Bitcoin, it's looking extremely bullish. We got a nice back test of this meme line right here and pretty nice expansion from there. How much of a percent up from the meme line? We went up about 43% from the meme line. So yeah, meme lines don't work, but you went up 43% for whatever reason. Maybe because the market just likes us. And we are about $10,000 above the quarterly pivot. Monthly is very close to invalidating the bearish divergence on both index and CME. And if you invalidate that bearish divergence, you will put in a drive of hidden bullish divergence on the RSI, the stochastic, as well as the Joule, and that will on the RSI, it gives you numbers that you can target, which would be somewhere around $110,000, then 108, then 118 to $120,000. Your HPDR target above that area is going to be somewhere around $150,000. Right now, your momentum on basically every single time frame, all the way down to the 2-day, is flipped to the upside. Right now, 2-day and lower are flipped down, and they will be down as long as you're below about $105,000. If you go to a little bit of a lower time frame, 4 hours is starting to shape up nicely. It's putting in possible hidden bullish divergence. 6 hours putting in bullish divergence. So there is a possibility that the bottom could be in right now. The confirmation is going to be if we get that bullish divergence, which we'll confirm with a close over 100 and let me give you the exact number. 103,373. If you get that bullish divergence, you will get another retest these highs here. Doesn't tell you if you're going to break these highs. It just tells you you're going to retest them. If you get a 4-hour close above these highs, then I think we're going to go straight to about $110,000. If you get any type of rejection in this area, though, then you're going to get that move to about $99,000. Right now, I'm about like 60% biased that we'll get that move versus 40% that would just bust straight up. And if we do get the rejection, it'll be somewhere around this 103.7 to about 104.5. Reject that area, then I expect a pretty sharp move down to break the wick lows about that $100,000 low we had. I believe it was right around here, and probably takes us somewhere around this 200, which is going to rise 4 hour. Probably takes a little while to happen, right around $98,000. Start to get a daily close below $98,000, then I think you're probably going to see 91s, although I don't think that's going to happen. There's there's even a possibility that the bottom could be in right now, just not as likely. More likely that you're going to test 99s based off the weekly and then shoot up from there. But right now, overall in the macro, I am leaning more to the bullish side, and that whatever pullback we get will just be an opportunity to take a long to new all-time highs.
Nice. Very nice, Senor. Thank you. Let's do this.
What is up, boys? Back on.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias, man. Only 2 days late because it was Friday
Right.
and now Monday. Not bad.
Here we are. Yeah, Friday was a interesting day. Then the weekend too is kind of interesting to me. Didn't feel the best, but we pushed on. Markets did their thing, and then yesterday was fun. So let's talk about that because to me, we're still in this range, and unfortunately, but there are tiny things that have changed in the background of Bitcoin. So let's dissect that. Let's go on the 12-hour. So notice that we're in this range. We've had false breakdowns before, and we've now had a false breakout. For me now, I mean, this is going to theoretically break very soon. Volatility can't stay this low, and we're even seeing the itchings of a volatility expansion on the 12-hour. So what's going on now? Well, Bitcoin had a nice breakout. I mean, we were gauging the breakdown here on Friday, which would have meant that we had to lose the 103 level, and then this would have given us a high probability of going down to that 99,800. 99,800, just the zone. I mean, for me, the bulls are really trying to push this EMA 100 up on the 4-hour. What you'll notice is on Friday, this was sitting right around 99.8. It just seemed like perfectly lined up to get a little dump ski down before a spring up. And even here now, what you're seeing is, we still can't break down. And so we had this wick down, got bought up, and now we're pushing back up, basically up against resistance. Why is this important? Well, what you're noticing is on this reclaim here, we had a major SFP. Generally with Bitcoin, you do like to pop up and put in retests. And it's just like Farhan mentioned, if you're going to short this, it's kind of a lot harder risk to reward now because you technically are going to try to short around 104s and your invalidation has to be here. It's really not the best RR anymore. But for me, I mean, bulls are going to try to break out around the 104.1. This is the spot where if we can break out from here, we will quickly see the 109s, 109,200 region, essentially. But until then, I mean, you're still caught in a range, even on the hourly here. Yes, you put in some bullish structure with a higher low. Yes, you're combusting now up, but you are at resistance, and we haven't hit this resistance essentially since we broke down here. So, this is a strong area of resistance. It's something not to, start scaling in longs until you either get confirmation of a reclaim, which could even be as simple as an hourly closing above 104,100, or you could start trying to scale shorts around this region, cut the trade if you get any reclaim more than 2 closures above that 104.1. For me, though, it's just still in a tricky spot, and that's just as shown on the daily here. Because what you have is you have a major rejection from yesterday. We've come down. We've even taken out the stops here. Bulls stepped up. We're starting to get this buyback. The issue now is on the daily, it's kind of solidified with exactly what I was saying, which is get back above 104.1, probably a good chance you're going to start breaking out towards the 109 region. Until then, though, this daily is at risk of losing support, popping right back into it, similar to what happened here. Broke out, lost support, fell back under it. Yes, you had a nice move up into the following daily close or open, but it just sold off and led to nothing. This is potentially the possibility, which would be the median's loss. Meme line support is lost. Yes, the hopium is the daily 9 still holding, but I mean, look how many times we've hit this daily 9 now. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, now the 5th time. Got to be more leery on this not holding if we end up losing the median and coming back down to the daily 9. Next logical target for me would be the 21, which is right around 100,600 essentially, right around the 99.8 region. This doesn't change with volatility. Bulls are just trying now to solidify this being a major throwback before expansion. But they are failing slightly. And we are now at a big spot where this is going to tell me if bulls are actually going to step in here. This is nothing more than just a higher low, let's say on like a daily, right? If we can just solidify this being a higher low, not taking out this, visually you can see the bullish structure price is starting to form here. This is good. We just need this low to essentially hold. If you're bullish, you start taking this low out, you're going to run the May 15th wick low, which is most likely going to result into a nice dump ski down to the 99.8s to 100,300. Now, I was very short going into Friday. I was very short here. We had nice move down, still held the daily 9, unfortunately. Then on Sunday, we had a nice expansion. And then now on Monday, we're having this sell off. Now, that's why today is going to be extremely crucial to really see if this is going to hold as a breakout or if this was a major bull trap yesterday. Nothing's telling me either or yet. I'm just trying to play the range, and right now we're just in the process of a lower time frame, range breakout essentially, right? If we can hold above 103, you get a move up to the 104.1. Now, this is going to be the crucial spot. You start closing hourlies, 2 hours, 4 hours back above this mean line here. Okay, and will start looking really good for me to potentially talk about a move up to 109.3, take out these wick highs, and trap bears. Until then, though, we are now at the spot where this could start rolling over here. So you got to be, basically cautious around this level if you're not positioned, because this is the spot where bears are going to try to roll this over, bulls are going to try to solidify this being the bottom. EMA 100 held here, and now we're expanding. So it's just a big day for me overall. Monday is going to be kind of the confirmation on if I'm right to be bearish or wrong, and to me it's still right. Personally speaking, there's still nothing yet that's telling me that, okay, we got to start being more bullish until we get a range breakout. And now, until then, I'm going to be cautious of this being a bearish retest. I'm going to be looking at this as kind of like a rejection zone, while bulls are getting horny about the candlesticks that are being put in right now in the lower time frame. This is a very strong candlestick. Never took out that low here and expanded. Now what you're even seeing on the 6 hours, the daily 9 is right around that 103.9 region. What can we gather from that? Well, if you start seeing this 6 hour reclaim back above the 9, reclaim 104.1, that'll be great confirmation that you're going to fill out some of this this red dildo candle, and most likely make a move up to the 106 essentially. That's just basically right around these wick highs here. Would make a lot of sense. Now, we obviously can get chop in this region, but as it stands, when you have a big move down, hold support, pops back up, got to look at that as something more than just a range. This potentially could be the itchings of volatility expanding up or down, and that's why the 12 hour is expanding. Technically speaking, volatility is hot. And it's expanding now after extreme lows. This 12-hour BBWP setup's pretty strong, actually. We've seen these moves basically lead to pretty big combustion in price. And so, yes, we're going up, and yes, we're green, but I mean, are we above the 12-hour median? No. Did the 12-hour give us a short signal by losing the 12-hour 9? Technically, yes, but I'll just say that hasn't really been working out too much. You get the short trigger, you engulf and you go up. You get the short trigger, you kind of reject, and then boom, you reclaim. So you got to watch this 12-hour 9, this median, and 104.1. We're now just at a big zone of resistance, in my opinion. Cool. So today actually did retest that silver cross. We were watching for that until last week, essentially. If we go and throw the 55 on, what you're going to notice is you have a nice silver cross on the 2-day. This 2-day has been basically bottoming points right on that 2-day 9. It worked out beautifully here in the beginning of May. And then here you see we've just been going on and on, not hitting the 2-day 9 until yesterday we officially hit it. And so now what we have is a nice expansion move. 2-day still itching a breakout, in my opinion. And this 2-day actually visually, you can just see, I mean, bulls are still in control here, still putting in very nice structure. You did technically put in the silver cross retest, which would be the second retest other than this one that led to a very nice combustion action move. So we really can just gather, this 2-day 9 is going to start moving up right around where 103 is. Start losing the 2-day 9, yeah, good confluence at 99.8 to 97.5 at minimum is going to be coming up. Until then, I mean, bulls are going to try to defend this. Bulls are going to try to expand here. This is going to try to be flipped into like a nice hammerhead candle on the 2-day if they can expand, fill out this wick, and move up to around that 109. Till then, you are just itching, you are just at resistance now. Yes, the 2-day 9 did hold, and we got a beautiful reaction from it to the T. I mean, a 2.2% move. This is the spot. Bulls got to defend. We got to start seeing this resistance at 104.1 actually hold as support. If it doesn't, it's just going to really look like a minimum. You're going to just go back down to test the 2-day 9 and really try to grind a bottom out from that point. So for me, I'm still on 50-50. I mean, I was going into Friday very bearish. Sunday kind of flipped things a bit for me, but I told the Discord I need to start seeing two things. I need to see 103.1 hold as support, which so far it has. And I also need to see how Monday's close is going to be, because Monday's close, today's close is going to be quite important. It's either going to confirm the back test before we bigly break out, or this is going to confirm a major bull trap leading into a major dump into the basically end of this week. Until then, now currently, just on a real objective view here, this is looking very bullish to me. You have the 9 and the median basically tapping each other, giving bulls a nice vocal point on where we need this to hold. And that is coming in right around that 104 region. I'm liking how the 9, the median, and the meme line are all coming in around the same zone, which is basically at the top of what was resistance, possibly being flipped into support. This daily median has to hold for bulls to really start considering that 109 possibility. But as you see, they are holding it actually, and this move down did nothing more than just a reset of volatility into tomorrow. So I want to be a bear. I was a bear. I got stopped out here. Now we're just looking at this as an aggressive throwback, essentially. If bulls are watching this being the higher low, they're going to be looking at this as a trend shift in quotation marks. For me, I'm unsure about all of that as long as we're not taking out essentially this major low here. This major low is what really started the bullish momentum. Nice sweep of it, not taking out this major low, and then getting bought back up, staying within the range, slow grinding down, hitting support, giving a spring. And now, of course, you're going to throw it back. You just need this zone here to hold. You close any dailies back under this median. I'm going to start calling basically BS on this entire move. Till then, this is still looking very bullish to me. And I'm not positioned. I'm just waiting on the daily close. Because as we see, we're having insane volatility within the last 24 hours. But still looking very prime to go up to the 109s if 2-day can hold above 104. So that's why it's going to be really key for bears to kind of show up today, and that's why they are trying to, at least, because if the daily starts just holding above that median, yeah, I mean, nice throwback while everyone got bearish here. And that's how I'm looking at it until proven otherwise. Very minimum until you lose 104. So Bitcoin's looking not the worst. It's actually looking quite nice. I was going into Friday a bear. I round tripped some nice P&L, took a little bit of a loss. For me now, it's all just dependent on first how the daily closes today. Do we close above 104.1? If so, then this will confirm a breakout to me. Next target will be around 109.3. If the daily loses that 104.1, okay, great. We're then going to have to really start considering the possibility of that move down to 99.8. Now, I like the 5-day view representing this because the 5-day view, you see we're within a big range now. We can draw these little meme lines here on the lower time frame, but overall, you're in a big range now. Back above 99.8 equals a move up to the 109.3. Now, we've hit the 50% on the 5-day and getting slight rejection from this now. Perfectly okay. And even so, bulls would be looking at the next opportunity zone being 99,800 as a simple back test of the breakout region, possibly getting support of the 5-day 9. Now, they're going to start looking or considering this as the front runnable event. That's why you can use this low here as kind of your gauge. Start really taking this low out. You're going to see a very harsh move down right around the 99.5s and 99.8s. And that's kind of it. That has to hold if we're truly going to be bullish. You start coming back down around 95.5 to 97, still will be bullish, but you'll really have to question a deviation down to rejection. It'll be very similar to what we saw right around here, where we had the breakout, went up to this zone, rejected, couldn't hold above the 99.8, lost it, rejected it once, rejected it twice before having a big breakdown. Till then, though, I mean, bulls are just trying to play in the middle here. It's kind of like the gray zone. They know it's bullish, though, regardless if you go to 99.8 now or if you break out. And it's a little trickier for bears because this is bullish. That's why it's going to be quite important for bears to basically show up today, which they're personally not yet. And what we're now noticing is, let's check the hourly. What you're noticing is you got that reclaim of support currently. Now I need this hourly to hold back, hold essentially above 104.1. But you're now itching the brewings of a breakout on Bitcoin again. Personally speaking, as long as you're holding above here, I mean, you can just notice here, slow grinded up, started to reclaim 104.1, held the reclaim, expanded on the third, right? You still see that from this point here using same criteria on lower time frames, you would have been able to very easily catch 2.83% move. So here we got the reclaim. Would a throwback down to all these clusters of moving averages surprise any of us? Probably not. Got to use this as a spring, though. When you get all major moving averages all bundled up, this is generally the zone where price needs to hit it once and then move up quickly. You start losing back above 104.1 on a lower time frame, and I'll be considering this is potentially going to move all the way back down to the 102.9s. Until then, though, this is potentially going to try to throw it back now, hold it, and then close the hourly and then expand on the third. And then bulls here, healthy bullish structure, bottomed, grinded up, nothing more than a bad dream here. Get back above that 104.1, you have the potential to move like this again, breaking out. I mean, price really has fun when it starts reclaiming back above the 104.1. Even here, you reclaimed it, held. Now, this didn't hold the breakout from this point. We kind of left in a nasty wick, but still expanded over 1.5% from the reclaim of the 104.1. So how I'm gauging that is, yeah, you can now have a spot to at least formulate trades. You have an area of interest on where you're wrong. This is a lot easier than shorting personally right here. If you're just longing your stops here at the low, you're playing this 104.1 reclaim, basically targeting 106 to basically 107. Makes a lot of sense to me. But again, dependent on if we hold 104.1, people will hear this and say, well, weren't you just bearish? Now you're talking about a breakout. Yes, on a lower time frames. Absolutely. The lower time frames hold support. You generally go to the next region. And that's right now at 109.3. What we've seen is we just reclaimed support. Now we can go and throw like the 2 hour on, and okay, now this could leave a wick, but it's looking very strong. And even here, what you're going to see is that 21 move up nicely around that 104. So in summary, you're going to need to see this hourly and 2 hour close above 104. If you don't, okay, it'll be questionable on this being potentially what? The bearish retest, the rejection of the 38.2%, long scaling in here before the rollover. That's why today's a great day just to sit on your hands, because it's very not clear to me. I can see basically both case scenarios, bull and bear. I'm trying to come into this, as bullish as I possibly can, and the daily's holding that hopium well. I mean, this is very strong, and it's still getting bought up, and we're still above the median. There's no reason to be too perma bear as long as you are, above 104.1, and that's just it. Line in the sand for me was the 103s. Let's go here real quick. Let's show this dump. It was basically here. This move down 103s is kind of the spot. We held that, expanded. Now we're back at 103s. Yes, we wicked below it, but we didn't close below the 103s. Now we're expanding a bit. Luckily for us, we're also getting a 4 hour. So this 4 hour will be very telling to me, in my opinion, if we actually can get back above the 4 hour 9. So, in summary, Bitcoin's looking quite nice. We're getting an hourly breakout potentially now brewing, but we just want to not front run this. It's a Monday. Markets are very dicey. You got to be very careful with how you're positioning today. But I do believe that, if you can position well and play this well, we can, capitalize well on the volatility. So today, bulls and bears, you're both just watching essentially. Does the daily reclaim the median? Do we hold above the daily 9? And do the lower time frames expand from 1041? If we can get all those three things, you're going to see basically all-time high loading within the next week or two. If you start losing, let's say this zone here, right around 1041, hourly starts losing that. And then you make your move down to 103s flat and lose this specifically on a daily, okay, I'm going to be calling kind of BS on this move, and we are going to get that move to 99.8, and this probably just lines up nicely with, if we go to the daily here, the 34 grinding up more around that 99.8 region, giving us that extremity long point of view, which is generally the extremity trade is generally from the 34. You can see on the short end, the 34 is generally a good spot to short, whereas on the long end, the 34 is generally the extremity low to long. Like here, the extremity low. I'm trying to find an example. Boom, extremity low, kind of off the 21, slight front run, bottomed off the 34 before big expansion. So here it would make a lot of sense to see that 34 grind up more, match around 99.8. And if we finally can get the move down to there, should be gauging that as either going to be a major capitulation zone right around 99.8. Why? Because so many people are trying to bid this. You generally then will just, dump through the zone and probably go to 97.5. Or this will actually be the spring that Farn was talking about, very minimal pullbacks leading to basically a major move up once we hit this. I'm on the camp that this is going to happen. I was only really ever shorting for a move down to max long around 99.8. It's just where we're playing in the middle, it becomes a lot harder. So that's why today the daily is going to really guide you. Right, 104.1 is the spot. The daily 9, you just need that to hold. If you're above all those, expect 108.5 to 109s before potentially a big rejection. So that's Bitcoin. It's looking okay. We now understand what to look at on the lower time frames. We understand what to look at on the daily. We understand the levels. It's basically within a range at 104.1, support it being 103s. Until one of these breaks, you're not really going to get any kind of follow through on moves. You either need to now break this high. This will be your confirmation that you're breaking out, or break these lows, and that'll be your confirmation you're breaking down. All on the lower time frame. So that's at least the nice part, is you can kind of trade this, as it gives you. You can be reactive rather than predictive. So that's Bitcoin. Let's look at Tether dominance here. Because, Tether dominance, I was holding out hope that it wasn't going to do us dirty as in bears. We were going to hold the, move here on 4.69%. We just absolutely could not hold that. Capitulated down essentially. And now we're slow grinding up. But all this is just looking like a bearish retest of the 4.69% daily SMA 200 rejection mixed in with the daily 9. So to me, it's looking quite bearish on this chart. I mean, bulls are going to try to hold this low here, but you start taking out 4.54%. This is cooked. You're going to start seeing this really move down to 4% flat. So, until then, it's like, again, the daily is going to kind of guide you on this one. Daily starts reclaiming above the 9. The SMA 200 constitutes being cautious. You start rejecting this zone after you just lost it. It's going to look like a bearish retest, and Tether dominant bears are going to be extremely bricked up for a move all the way down to 4%. It could look something like this. You slow stair stepped up, elevator down, quick move up. Everyone kind of starts shorting Bitcoin again. And then this move down is what we get to follow through with the breakdown, the lower high, lower low. And it's all, again, going to be dependent on today's close. So you're watching 4.69%. Level doesn't change with volatility. You either got to get a reclaim, which granted, okay, the 12 hour is kind of a different view here. Throwing it back to the 12-hour 9. This has to start springing above 4.69%, though, or it's going to look like a deviation before breaking down to 5.2%, taking out that low here before breaking down fully. So 4.69% is the kind of line in the sand. You can argue here that this is slightly bear flagging. slightly bear flagging here. So you're gonna see some kind of move soon. Use 4.69% as your kind of gauge here. To me, though, this is still brewing a breakdown. I mean, it's still looking slightly bearish. Bulls are trying to slowly grind up, bullish structure, reclaim support. But again, today, if you start losing specifically this 12-hour 9, yeah, I mean, this will just start looking bad. And most likely breaks down within the end of probably the end of this week, maybe beginning of next week, if so. Because you can't keep this going for too much longer. I mean, boom, boom, boom. Okay, you took all the lows, you've rallied up, made that extremity high. It's like eventually this is gonna break. And what you're noticing too is on the daily, it's kind of telling you that with volatility now contracting. Whenever you get into a range like this, either bull flags, bear flags, ascending channels, descending channels, all this consolidation generally does is either give you the higher lows that you can then start formulating trades on, right? And then you can start saying, okay, well, we just can't take out these lows. Let me bid this. And then if we expand, you can't take out these lows if we go here. But all it really does is this consolidation resets volatility. So then that way you can actually get a move down. People often look at these channels as like what gives you the move. And really, it's just the price action visual is all these channels are doing, which is higher lows, boom, boom, boom. But this chop is what's resetting volatility. And this is what's needed for like the big moves up, breakouts or breakdowns. So until then, this is like, yes, support held here. Can draw it a little more accurate on that wick low. But it's like if you don't get back above that SMA 200 today, yeah, this is cooked. This is going to have a really high probability chance of coming all the way down to the 4% region and possibly lower, possibly all the way to 3.79%. That's why this zone here is going to be important. Minimum, you're going to go to like 14% down. That would equate to a big, big, big green dildo on Bitcoin. So again, just this Tether view is kind of like tying in nicely with what I said on Bitcoin today. You're gonna know quite easily if this is if it's really bearish or bullish, and if it's all just dictated on this SMA 200. Get back above the SMA 200, hold these lows. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong on this. We're actually gonna break out. Until then, it's not dumb to be looking at this as a rally up to it, but now this is the bearish retest, and you got to start seeing bulls on Bitcoin start moving us up, which is exactly why the lower time frames are starting to break out. If we notice here, right? Still in that breakout, still trying to do some combustion potentially after, reclaiming support here. So that's Bitcoin, that's Tether dominance. Let's look at Bitcoin dominance now. Let's see what's good with it. So, yeah, I mean, all right, let's see what's good. So, okay, so that actually worked out nicely. We were talking about here this SFP play, either going to reclaim and bust back up to the 64%, or you're going to reject this and roll over. So we can see here that, and right, if you talk about bull scenarios, you can take cloud for one of them working out, breakout or breakdown. Well, here we go. Just kidding. But this moved up. It's just simple range trading. I mean, this range is well respected. But something to note, which is kind of a slight concern for me, is, we really couldn't even get it. We didn't reclaim support. That's slightly concerning. Now, very easily could today, but when I look at something like that with no downside candle, just straight up, and it's potentially churning into this kind of candle here, this is looking slightly concerning. It's looking like it wants to go to the daily 9 before breaking out. Could be totally wrong on this. And where will we know if I'm wrong? If we start closing dailies above 63.9%. Any dailies above there, okay, cool. I'm wrong. This is a bottom, and we're probably going to start breaking out back above 64, maybe all the way up to 65%. Till then, this really could start rolling over here. Let's see how the trend is looking on the 5-day. Yeah, so we've broken the uptrend. Bulls are going to be essentially grinding out this to be a lower high. Only way to basically invalidate that is taking out the all-time high here. Which is, yes, I understand, very layman term, very simple way of viewing it, but it's true. I mean, if you want to get back in an uptrend, you got to break this last high, higher low, higher high break. Till then, this really could just start rolling over, get very close, and then boom. gives that price divergence that we like to short before going down. And why am I bearish on Bitcoin? Like, what kind of changed the view? Not bearish, but just more cautious on, like, the fact that everyone is talking about all-time high is going to get hit. The fact that all of crypto Twitter just seems like we're on the camp of we're going up 100%. And I have to look at Bitcoin and be like, okay, yes, very bullish. I 100% agree. But on a very simple term and very just simple view, you kind of got to get above this high here, in my opinion. I mean, if we don't get above this high here, I mean, what you're going to have is just some nasty price divergence that we know Bitcoin likes to put in, meaning it likes to ever so slightly get right above the invalidation of this before you roll over. Now, this is less likely. It's not even actually, like, probabilities point to this not happening at the current point. But you have to really wonder, like, if we can't break this high within the next month or two, this is potentially going to start rolling over. Once this rolls over and takes out essentially 74, you're in a confirmed downtrend. Now, you kind of have to, right, take this with a grain of salt because it's a monthly. The macro is still bullish. The monthly 9 is still, holding, and we're in a monthly uptrend still. So, I mean, technically speaking, this kind of thought process is nothing more than a trap on bears because trend still takes precedent. But you do have to wonder. I mean, it is a legitimate wonder. As everyone gets super bullish, as all the macro charts look screaming higher, generally in tops, you kind of get these aggressive bear market rallies that lead to everyone bullish after they were all bearish. Then you just get the aggressive slap down. So for me, it's like, okay, it's going to be very important for bulls to break essentially that 109s. Get back above 109s, you're probably going to start seeing Bitcoin break out big because right now bears are hoping for this. While price is looking as strong as it is, literally bears are drawing a line here and they're saying, well, this could be the lower high. This could be it. And yes, it absolutely could be. And, Jesus could come back tomorrow and, gold could be worthless. And it's all just fairy dust until it's actually palpable in the trades. And so until then, yeah, it's not dumb to be kind of cautious in this region. Not dumb at all, but it's also really important for bulls to break this high. And once you do break this high, you'll know as a watcher here that, well, this is probably then going to start breaking out around 120,000. And that's just because if you're shorting here, you're basically allowed to short this entire move all the way up to this point and have your stop here. So, you're potentially getting a stupid risk to reward trade here just simply based on a price divergence that's, not even closed yet. So that is just what I'll bring up slightly. You do have the bearish divergence still. You do have monthly BBWP on the index extremely low and about to do some busting action into, next month. You're now at the spot where this is either going to roll over or break out. It would be slightly funny to me if it does like to do this. Bitcoin likes to do this kind of, maybe not in monthlies, but like, let's see here, something like this where we rallied up, taking out this last high price divergence before coming down, taking these lows out before going up, of course. But, we do like to see this kind of price action on in terms of like bears and on bear, in terms of like bearish structure, essentially. So that's just something to consider. Absolutely. And you can't even say we're uber bullish yet until we're back above the monthly median. Can we not? Right? We absolutely can't say that yet until this median is either reclaimed or we close back above it. Until then, yes, this is still could easily front run this median rejection that we all think is just a guarantee to hit, which, yes, above the 38.2%, it kind of is a guarantee. But, with this coming in right around the all-time high, it is just, something to really look at closely. Because if this starts front running this median rejection, filling this green candle red, and then moving back down around that 87,000, I mean, you're really going to have to then wonder if this low is even going to hold. And if this median is even going to reject us, and if we front run the rejection, you would get a technical target around 77,000. This will move into next month. That would be pretty interesting because, at least in my experience, bottoms are generally slow and they often get tested a few times. right? It's like when you go and you're forming a bottom. I think I moved something here. They're often slow and you get a few tests of them. Now, all I can really use is like the 2022 bottom. Now using the wicks are kind of a bad example on this, but if you, let's say, drew meme line here, you did have a few times to hit basically a few buys around the 15 to 18,000. You got the extremity low here, of course, grinded out the bottom, but even here you threw it back to 99.7 before breaking out. Bottoms are generally slow, and you often get a few tests of them before going up. Now, this took, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months, and you even had that throwback at the end of it. Like, you could have just not traded any of this, had your line here. Oh, monthly broke out. Let me have my bid here. You could have bought, and then that would have been it. So, yeah, that's all I have on Bitcoin. We're watching really carefully today. I am, at least. I need 104.1s to hold, which so far it is. And I need basically the daily median and daily 9 to basically hold. If that can hold, then great. We're most likely going to break out, most likely going to test the all-time high. With what I just showed on the monthly, you'll know that if, you start taking out this wick high, Bitcoin's going to break out. Very, very strong going to break out. And that's probably why we do get a 38.2% basically measured move around $178,000. Because if you were a bear and you were on the camp that we're in a bear market, you would then absolutely be scaling shorts here, and you would absolutely have your stop aware, well, just at the high. And so that's why it makes sense to me, if this median starts getting reclaimed, you're probably going to see a very, very, very violent move up. All the people that were hoping that the bear market was in totally get smoked, adding to their margin, adding to their shorts, until you finally just reach the point of, the breakout point where shorts get squeezed. So very possible still. Bitcoin's looking quite nice. Watch the daily median, daily 9, 104.1. You start losing 104.1, okay, I'll be slightly concerned. And Tether dominance here is looking slightly bearish. So you're watching the daily SMA 200. This is kind of your guide here. The daily and the there, your guide for Bitcoin. And then both are still looking very bearish. You even have a 2-day silver cross that just got tapped. Again, just tying into, this is more bullish than bearish, but I don't think it's dumb to be cautious around here at all. You're either going to get the breakout confirmation, which today you easily could, or you're going to get the breakdown confirmation, which, again, easily could. Big breakdowns for me on Bitcoin get stopped at 99.8. So if we do, in quotation marks, break down, this has to stop at 99.8. If you don't stop at 99.8, I have to then really consider a new range. Minimum, you're going to 95.5. And with what we've seen already in the past with 99.8 not holding, generally that leads to just really aggressive moves down. Here it worked, and lastly, here it definitely worked. So I don't think that's dumb to kind of have 99.8 as like your extremity low, your line in the sand as a bull. In my opinion, definitely not. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. It's looking okay. We'll have to see how the day goes. And so far the daily is still looking good though. And it's still looking like it's a throwback after a really big move up yesterday.
Yes, he does. Yes, what a motherfucking thing. It's now at 104,600 again.
No, it was like
on the verge of confirming that 4-hour hidden bullish divergence.
Yeah. This is so stupid.
It legitimately is so
like liquidations.
Here.
You're all gonna get liquidated.
The good old chart, right? Like within the channel. Are we really just gonna do this? Is it really gonna be that simple?
What price is it up there on this one?
So right here is 114, 115.
Let's go slightly higher to 120 and I'll be happy.
Yeah, that'd be nice, but that's kind of funny, that view.
I mean, because at the end of the day, that's what it's been doing. It respected the lows on the in 2022, respected the lows again, September 2023, went up, SFP right here, came down, and strong support all the way blast up. And now it's just doing exactly the same shit as he did right here. It's like fucking almost identical.
Exactly. And so that's either the trap and monthly higher, lower highs while everyone thinks it's inevitable we're going to take the highs out.
Yep.
And that's it. Or yeah, this is just how the past cycle is, and it's literally that easy. And we are going to break the high.
The weird thing is, in this one, this was easy money. Like all of this, since right here, QE to infinity plus like $8 trillion. Like all the way to up here. And this was actually more simple than what they make it look like. We did the same thing, but we got financed by the US customer, right? Everybody went and put their money on bonds and treasuries and 3-month notes and 1-month notes. And look, Apple is paying me. So we financed the government so they could afford to expand deficits. This one, we're not doing any of that. Like, and sometimes, sometimes it's interesting because you find out later. Like when we found out in here, when everybody was like, when Bitcoin was going up and people were like, it's a safe haven. Look at the banks. The banks are collapsing. What no one understood was that literally the US government through Peter Thiel asked us all to buy bonds and notes and 1-year notes and 1-year notes, 3-year notes, 5-year notes, 10-year notes, and also 1 month, 2 month, 3-month bills, right? So we get all of those. We allow for Biden to completely spend all the money in the world, and that's what takes us there. What is this? I have no answer yet. Now we can find out when they were doing the banking stuff of 2023. I understood that they were doing something like blocking crypto or some shit like that, but I didn't fully understand they were doing QE in one way or another. In here, we need to figure out, are they doing QE and how? But it doesn't feel like it because even the fake numbers are not going up. You know what I mean? Like there's fake numbers that go along with this. It's just like what they talk to people in Spain about, like, oh, the government is growing so much. Yeah, but it's all because you're the country's growing so much. But it's like, yeah, but it's only because you're spending more money from what you're printing and spending more in the government and more government programs and more, like in Mexico, kind of, right? That's what you do. Nothing is growing really. You're just spending. That's what we did in the US, but we haven't done anything right now. Like literally, businesses are struggling. I know. I get into my favorite piece of conversation, which is the tariff experts. There's a special place in hell for whoever created this, like all these experts in every field. But there's a special place in hell that has like special helmets too for the mentally retarded and not so mentally able. Like that's another special place in hell. And that's where all the people that went on right now and could not, like, when we're just with our clothing suppliers, all of those guys, all of those companies, that all of those people that own those companies that had so much inventory because they couldn't sell anything because no one's buying. And then they went on and stacked themselves with new inventory just before the tariffs are so
smart.
stupid. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Never. So I don't understand what this is. And remember, we talked about the Q2 surprise, which was going to be, the number is going to be good because of what happened in Q1, just simply because of because they asked people to spend money and whatnot. This could be just pure speculation, but I don't know, man. If this makes an all-time high, I would expect the stock market to make an all-time high too.
I'm on the side of liquidity grab, ever so slightly all-time highs, and then just nuke it like we did in 2021.
Yes, and especially because that's what the monetary policy is showing, and that's what literally everything is showing. Everything. Like this is finally that, and it's not so much monetary policy and whatever people are reading into. It's just like the US is now not letting students not pay their loans. is that the US wants that money and needs securing credit and not allowing people to spend more on credit. That means get more credit, be more in debt. So that's a change. That's a big change in what we're doing. So this is why this to me is such a fucking move. I want to see how it ends. I think it's so interesting altogether. But it can't be the same as this. I mean, it can, but it shouldn't.
You know, it's like the words every investor loves to hear. This time's different. Sometimes it's not. And, you know, that's why for me, it's just like, you know, we'll have to see where the monthly closes because it's really objective. The bull's objective is to break the highs. I mean, that is it. If you don't do that on this monthly, yeah, you could close in lower high posturing into next month. You absolutely could dump. So, you know, it's just, that's just visually what I see. But the charts are telling me, yeah, no, this is going to go up easily. We're going to all-time high. But then I have to just look at the chart and I'm like, I don't know. That literally could look like a lower high. And you break 74s and you're just fucked. I mean, it could literally happen that quickly. Absolutely could. And volatility is still very low. I mean, we're not getting that macro move. And we know monthly BBWP fires when we have major macro moves. For me, it's like, okay, yes, very, very easily could fire off to the upside and we just slingshot up.
You'd have to close below about like $95,000 for that scenario to happen, because then you'd have hidden bullish divergence,
which is not hard at all at this point.
Exactly.
Not
exactly.
Because
remember, when we were on the other side, we were like, it's impossible. It's gonna turn bearish the first time. And then we went and made it like the bearish divergence. We got everything on the charts on the longer time frames, just with a simple quick move down. And then it looked like it was impossible for us to get out of the bearish zone where Bitcoin had already printed that bearish divergence on the monthly and all that stuff. And proven wrong. It just went up. Yeah. Right. So this is the problem with what we're saying. That he's just playing a quicker, faster, more annoying game right now than ever. And I don't think it's acting like this. Whereas before it was easy, like relatively easy, right? Wouldn't we say that? That all of this shit kind of like it's simple to read. This is not. And the reason why this is not is because there's fuckery here. On one way or another, you're either gonna mega pump to the upside, or you're going to go back down and it's going to take everyone down. The ticking time bomb is the stock market. How long can that last? And remember, Bitcoin can drop first and be the first one to do it, right? Like it did in 2021. He did it 2 months before the stock market dropped. He did it late November. Stock market did it late January. So he was 2 months after. And the ticking time bomb right now is the stock market. Because the stock market's going to have bad numbers now again. Like we got to go back to the bad numbers that were coming out before. Remember, they didn't give us guidance. They didn't give us anything in most things. Yes, Farhan.
And the S&P is currently at resistance.
Also, but then again,
6,000 resistance.
So but then again, this cocksucker can make it's identical to the Bitcoin one. This thing, it's a V.
It's true. It is identical. Or it's a 2-week downtrend. This is a major lower high.
So it could. And what you're saying is right. So Bitcoin could be leading, right? Bitcoin could be the one that's leading.
Lower high.
You get your first lower high, right here, as you're saying.
But I agree with Farhan, absolutely. Like 95.5, like you can go to 99.8. It's still bullish. Like 95.5, really, it's 93.1. It's kind of a line in the sand. But it's
2-week on S&P currently has active 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence, which is impossible in a downtrend.
Yeah, so that's
this is what's weird though, because we're not on a clear trend. Even though it seems like we're in an uptrend, we haven't made all-time highs. We make all-time highs, we make all-time highs. That's it. Then yes, clear as day. But he just keeps doing this. Like to me, Bitcoin is the easiest one to just analyze. You put it on a fucking daily chart. It's the most disgusting price action ever. It's just this range right here and this range right here. I could delete this one. And that's it. That's all it's doing.
So, I mean, yes, it's the point. Like, it's looking good. I'm bullish. It's very bullish. Everything's looking bullish to me.
Yes.
It's just, I have to ask myself, well, I mean, what then we just have like monthly bearish divergence, reset, monthly BWP. Wasn't everyone bearish like a month ago? Now everyone's bullish, but we still have that populated. Yes, ES1 is very strong. It absolutely is, but it is technically in a 2-week downtrend. Now, obviously, that could be a bear trap then, because if the divergence is with 4 drives, that should take us to all-time high then, trapping bears. And then maybe then this whole thing, which is bears front-running the monthly lower high, that's just a trap because you are still on a monthly uptrend. You are still above the monthly 9, and you're just using nothing other than tinfoil hat price analysis and TA to be like, well, this could churn into a lower high. It's got to be confirmed. But it's not dumb to have those thoughts up here at all. I don't think it's dumb at all to have those thoughts.
Jamie Dimon just made some Bitcoin comments.
We're at, 104,000 Bitcoin. So
he said, I am not a fan of Bitcoin. JP Morgan is not going to custody Bitcoin, but will let customers buy it.
Hang on. Is there anyone that pays attention to why this man always comes out and says different things and then needs the news about the same thing? Like, no one wonders like that they're being fucked with. I hate these things so much, dude. I hate these fucking people so much. Either way, we're in the middle of the fuckery right now. And to me, the one thing that scarred me was at the top when you boys were looking at the charts. We were at 109. We came in here and we were all like, dude, everything looks so bullish. Like, I remember just thinking like there's nothing that can stop anything. And it was stocks and it was everything looked more bullish. And after you guys talked, I remember turning around and telling people in Spanish, I was like, I mean, everything looks incredibly bullish and we can go up to these insane numbers, but also at the top, everything looks the best. And at the bottom, everything looks the worst. So that could be that. And it turned really fast. So I'm saying, at this point with the fuckery that we've witnessed and that we're like playing with, which again makes the market impossible to read like in a consistent base, because it gives you the higher. Right now, a lot of us are looking at this and saying it's going to go higher. And a lot of us are looking at this and he's saying it's going to go lower. And we're both right. We're both fucking right. Look at this candle.
Yeah.
Like, what else do you want? That's a doji. That's a doji. That's kind of a doji. This is a fake hammerhead. Like, this is a fake topping candle. Like, come on. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that candle is called the presidential liquidation.
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Well, both of these, actually, a presidential liquidation comes when both candles do the same thing to both sides. It's just an interesting market. I'm not buying anything. I'm not buying into anything. And like you're saying, I'm playing the range, nothing else. Yeah. Like, if we're up here, short. If we're down here, long. Fuck it. I'm not adding more brain to this.
Usually the more you add to it, the less effective it is.
The less it works. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. All righty. We got Tesla and we got XRP after. So we know, Mr. Garlic Bread, which one you're gonna pick.
Oh, that's a given. Claro, señor.
Thank you. Ok, estamos viendo el misterio de todo el mundo. Estamos viendo a Bitcoin en este momento. Tengo que decir esto. Impresionante la jugada de Bitcoin en esta tabla. Vean esto. Esto es el 2021. Estamos en un canal, por supuesto. Lo pueden ver, yo creo que perfectamente. Sí, se ve bien en la computadora. Perfecto. Ok. Tenemos este canal en este momento con Bitcoin y simplemente déjenme limpio estas cosillas para que podamos explicar un par de cosas. Uno, esto fue nuestro doble tope en el 2020. Esto es el famoso tope en mayo, que fue en abril, perdón, y este fue el famoso tope de noviembre, ¿ok? Doble tope, y aparte de ese doble tope que tuvimos, esta divergencia que fue la que nos mandó para abajo. Sencillo de entender. Un doble tope en M como el de McDonald's, es el famoso patrón de McDonald's, donde la segunda M es más alta, pero nos lo dio con una divergencia bajista mensual acá, y eso nos llevó al mercado bajista. Ok, entendidísimo. Bien, estamos viendo la de 2 semanas, para que sepan, por eso el S&P 200 nunca ha sido tocado. estando y teniendo esto en mente, caímos hasta acá. Lo primero que quiero que vean, y esto quiero agregar un poco de análisis porque lo que está haciendo el precio ahorita no es normal. Y cuando digo no es normal es, nadie sabe cómo se va a mover el precio, pero saben perfectamente que lo tenemos rangueado perfecto. Puede que nos equivoquemos a veces, porque por supuesto a veces te va a llevar para abajo y a veces te va a llevar para arriba en contra de lo que estés apostando. Nadie es perfecto apostando, pero es mucho más clara la fotografía. En este momento vas a platicar con quien sea y te van a decir, güey, si estoy viendo la tabla se ve alcista. Si estoy viendo la tabla puede verse también bajista. Y es como de la noche a la mañana. Cambia, 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 cambia. Y en general tenemos ahorita todas las temporalidades se ven alcistas menos las menos de corto plazo, aunque la de 4 horas en este momento está a punto de explotar al alza. Lo que quiero decir es esto. Todos estos rallies de Bitcoin tienen una correlación positiva a la cantidad de dinero en el sistema. ¿Ok? Este rally de mayo del 2020 hasta acá, todo esto imprimieron 8 trillones de dólares, hicieron intereses cero, le dieron dinero a todas las empresas, le mandaron cheques a toda la gente, etcétera. Esta caída, que fue lo que pasó, Estados Unidos estaba cayendo en una recesión desinflacionaria, ¿ok? Empieza en el 2021 y acabamos en el 2023. El 2022 fue esto. Esto fue una recesión deflacionaria. ¿A qué grado? No mucho. La razón por qué es porque metieron las manos y ahorita les va el cómo. En esto, recuerdan que tuvimos 2 cuartos negativos del PIB en Estados Unidos y Biden y todo el gobierno de Estados Unidos le cambió la definición a una recesión. Ok, eso fue lo que llevó esto aceleradamente para abajo. Ahora, ¿cómo nos salimos? Y esto fue lo que nadie entendió. Pero Alejandro, no han impreso dinero una vez más, no hay QE, no hay estas cosas que todo el mundo cree. ¿Cómo es que encontramos un fondo en esta zona? Bueno, estamos en septiembre 22 por acá. Lo que pasó fue por ahí de marzo, que es esta velota para arriba, tuvimos nuestro primer impulso de dinero gratis. Y mucha gente no lo comprende, pero ¿cómo podemos crear más, cómo podemos hacer que el precio de todas las cosas suban? Simplemente agregando más liquidez en el sistema. Agregando más liquidez en el sistema hace que las acciones, que Bitcoin, etcétera, suban. Básicamente van uno por uno. Las acciones Bitcoin han hecho básicamente lo mismo. Y ahorita podrías argumentar que el movimiento de acá de Bitcoin es idéntico al de las acciones. Ahorita lo vemos también. Pero mientras estamos aquí abajo, en el 2023, ¿qué fue lo que hicimos? El gobierno se endeudó más. Y esto fue lo que nadie entendió. El gobierno se endeudó más pidiéndole prestado a la gente cuando todo el mundo fue a decir, güey, abrí una cuenta y me está pagando 5%, o compré bonos, o compré notas del tesoro y todo. ¿Se acuerdan que se puso eso de moda porque los bancos iban a colapsar? Que fue la mentira más cabrona. Y esa mentira fue para pedirle prestado a todo el mundo en Estados Unidos. Eso nos lleva al siguiente nivel, donde también incluyes la liquidez, porque esto fue el levantón de esa liquidez y el segundo es la de las guerras, el de acá. ¿Ok? Continuamos endeudándonos. Cuando llegamos al término de la presidencia de Biden hasta acá, el déficit lo había crecido y expandido a lo máximo todo ese verano, que ha llegado en toda la historia. El déficit de Estados Unidos aquí reventó. Ahorita no estamos, mínimo no es obvio, porque no les voy a mentir, cuando estaba acá, entendía que estaba haciendo algo Peter Thiel que no estaba bien. Entendía que era un margin call, pero no entendía qué es lo que estaba colaborando para crear más liquidez que entrar al sistema. Ahora lo entiendo. Viéndolo acá, la liquidez gratis se acabó acá. Y el reflejo de ello lo podemos ver con los negocios. No nada más eso, cambiaron la actitud con el dinero. ¿Y a qué me refiero con esto? Todo este tiempo, la gente no tuvo que pagar hipotecas, no tuvo que pagar por sus coches, no tuvo que pagar por sus préstamos estudiantiles, no ha tenido que pagar por nada. Nada. Han estado, básicamente, si eres un estudiante y no has pagado tus préstamos estudiantiles, tienes un promedio de un pago de $500 mensual, lo que lo hace $6,000 anuales, y les han estado regalando $6,000 al año a todas las personas que tienen un préstamo estudiantil al no cobrarles. Se acabó. Lo mismo con lo de las hipotecas, se acabó. Lo mismo con lo de los coches en delincuencia, se acabó. Y eso son acciones de gobierno, es como lo de las cárceles. Hicimos al crimen legal en Estados Unidos hasta el año pasado, ahora es ilegal. ¿Cómo lo van a enforzar? Todavía no tengo ni puta idea, pero están cambiando las cosas. Y este paradigma está acá. La pregunta es, ¿vamos a ser idéntico que esto? ¿Vamos a quedarnos acá y no hacer un alto más alto y este fue una toma de liquidez gigantesca? ¿O muy a la Cathy Wood, nos vamos a ir a 30,000 trillones de dólares, aunque Estados Unidos no esté expandiendo el déficit como lo estaba haciendo antes? A mí me suena difícil, pero bueno, Cathy Wood por alguna razón sigue en la boca de todo el mundo y que Dios los bendiga a todos. Simplemente interesante. Lo que sí hemos estado viendo es, vean, esto es lo que digo que es idéntico que la bolsa. Bitcoin va adelantado que la bolsa, igual que lo fue acá. Bitcoin cae en noviembre del 2021, la bolsa cae en enero del 2021, 2 meses después. ¿Ok? Bitcoin hace este tope por acá, la bolsa lo hace después y después caen, ¿no? ¿Cuándo fue el fondo de Bitcoin? En la de 2 semanas, lunes 31 de marzo. Vamos a ver en el SP500. ¿Cuándo fue el tope? El 18 de febrero. Aquí parece que, espérenme, lo hice mal. Estoy completamente seguro que acabo de hacer esta estupidez mal. Un segundo. Esto es lo que era el 31 de marzo. Ok. El fondo. ¿Cuándo fue el fondo acá? El 31 de marzo, igualito, idéntico. Y lo pueden ver, ¿no? Tienes esto acá y la subida. Entonces, cuando la gente dice que Bitcoin se decorrelacionó del mercado, por favor no caigan en estupideces. Está haciendo exactamente lo mismo que está haciendo la bolsa. Yo creo que la bolsa se tardó más y Bitcoin iba un poco más adelantado, tal vez por una semana o algo así. Y eso es lo que nos demostró en Bitcoin, que estábamos perdiendo la relación, que de nuevo es completamente estúpido pensarlo. Es literalmente simplemente el Nasdaq con un 3X, si lo quieres pensar de la forma más sencilla. Entonces, ¿por qué todo este cuento? Todo este cuento es porque estamos rangueando, cabrones. Voy a poner la de 4 horas, la de 4 horas lo explica muy bien. Vean este rango. Espérenme, ese es el SP500, qué pendejo soy. Estamos en un rango muy cabrón. Estamos en este rango. Y vamos de arriba para abajo y de abajo para arriba en él. Una y otra y otra y otra vez. Ahora, si nos acercamos más, simplemente lo ponemos en la diaria. Pueden verlo por acá perfecto. Hasta acá abajo. Este rango es divino y está jugándolo perfecto. Acá nos podríamos romper a la baja. Vamos a ponerlo acá ya más sumeado por acá. Y vamos a manejar el rango todavía mejor y más apretado. ¿Qué está pasando? Espérame tantito. Hay algo acá que se está reventando. Estamos en este rango y es lo que hemos estado haciendo todo este tiempo. Como maldito juguetes. Y pueden ver todas las velas predatorias. Tienes un doji que podría ser una vela de tope. Tienes un doji, tienes otro doji, tienes un hammerhead que podría ser el fondo, tienes otro hammerhead verde que podría ser el fondo, tienes otra vela de tope, tienes un doji, tienes una vela envolvente alcista y luego tienes una vela envolvente bajista. O sea, nunca Bitcoin ha sido tan perro. Está jugando el rango de los rangos, lo pueden ver por acá. La de 4 horas lo pinta divino. Este rango. Y no nos deja jugar fuera de él y continúa haciéndolo. Y por más bonito que sea la volatilidad, por cuando se mueve así, nadie está listo. Está literalmente moviéndose sin nadie encima. ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando? Vamos a ponerlo en términos rápidos, se los voy a poner en el gráfico alto, lo pueden ver acá el rango. Simplemente, 3 meses. Alcista todavía y estamos ante nuestra vela más alta de toda la historia. Falta 1 mes y 12 días para cerrarlo. Todavía continuamos por encima de todos los promedios. Bien. Mensual. Mensual, nos deshacemos de la divergencia bajista siempre y cuando podamos cerrar por encima de los $96,000. Ahorita estamos cotizando en 105,000, $10,000 arriba, casi. Podríamos decir que está contado y que lo podemos contar. ¿Quién sabe? Honestamente, ¿quién sabe? Yo no voy a decirte que sí. Un segundo. No voy a decirte que sí, porque Bitcoin puede, como puso la divergencia bajista al principio mensual e intentó poner esta divergencia alcista, puede pasar en días que esto se cae y nos la borra. Entonces, por ahora lo que vamos a tener que esperar es a que cierre esta vela en 12 días y 9 horas, que es casi la mitad del mes, para que poder tener una idea si esto en verdad va en serio y para arriba o no. Estamos por encima del promedio del 5, el promedio del 9, lo que nos pone una postura bastante alcista en esta temporalidad. También tienes volatilidad a punto de expandir, pero ve, ante estos movimientos ni para arriba ni para abajo te dijo ni madres, te la dejó ahí abajo. Bien. 2 semanas, ya estamos por debajo del promedio, estamos preparando el movimiento, lo pueden ver ahí, y estos movimientos son movimientos de 35 a más por ciento en el precio, para arriba o para abajo, pero todavía no expande la volatilidad. Estamos creando 1, 2, 3, 4 semanas, 4 velas de 2 semanas cada una verdes. Eso quiere decir 2, 4, 6, 8, 2 meses completamente en verde, señores. Semanal. Semanal tenemos la volatilidad que había expandido ante este movimiento, pero esta expansión se ve un poco comprometida porque ahora está dándose la vuelta a la derecha sin empujar tanto, y ahí quiero ver exactamente para dónde nos va a llevar. De continuar expandiendo tal cual, esta vela debería transformarse en verde e empujarnos para arriba. Pero de nuevo, está jugando unos jueguitos muy pendejos esto. Voy a llevar a los de 3 días. 3 días, estamos llegando a extremo, volatilidad contrayendo, y quiero poner el HPDR acá. Pueden ver que estamos por encima de la línea azul, de la zona azul, y lo que yo diría es, de no poder romper los 107,400, que es la parte alta del rango, y siempre ha sido la parte alta del rango, lo único que agregué fueron estas líneas de colores ahorita para ponérselos. Esta es la parte alta de mi rango que lleva un rato, y la parte baja son 88. Personalmente todavía creo que estamos jugando dentro de este rango en total. Lo que estamos esperando es, de poder romper los 107,400 para arriba, deberíamos de ver los 110. De no poder hacerlo, deberíamos entrar a la zona azul por debajo de los 103, y eso nos debería llevar a la media. Pero antes, si nos van a llevar a la media acá, esto nos compromete todo el movimiento, y esto pone la tesitura una vez más a la mesa de esa divergencia bajista en la mensual, siendo lo que va a jugar en vez de lo que estamos viendo ahorita. Este promedio del 9 en la de 3 días es lo que nos debería de tener. Aquí en los 100,300 o tal vez hasta los 99,000. De romper para abajo, tal vez no nos frenemos en los 96, aunque esto sería el escenario que toda la gente alcista estaría esperando. De no aguantar esta zona y perderla, estás hablando de irte a los 90, y eso empezaría a poner en la mente de todos que esto fue un alto más bajo, y se imaginarán qué es lo que sigue después de un alto más bajo, un bajo más bajo, y eso sería abajo de los $74,435. Diaria, volatilidad está contrayendo, está por debajo del promedio, debajo del 15%, y ahora tenemos el rechazo de la parte alta de la zona azul, que justamente 107,327 nos está llevando para abajo. Ya rebotamos en la media y el promedio del 9, aunque nos llevó todavía más abajo a la línea meme en los 102,300. De ahí encontramos para poder rebotar, y estamos cotizando en 104,900. Fácil. La de 4 horas en este momento está pintando una divergencia alcista, y con que pueda cerrar justamente donde está esta vela en 6 minutos. Wait, is the 4-hour bullish divergence in play right now in 4 minutes? 5 minutes?
Yep, just about to confirm.
And it's above 104,400, is that right?
It confirms with a close over 103,379.
Oh, wow, 103.70. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Vamos a tener una divergencia alcista confirmada en 5 minutos 38, porque hemos estado viendo en la diaria y en temporalidades más bajas de la de 2 días se empiezan a ver bajistas, pero esto pondría una divergencia alcista en la de 4 horas que después daría otro paso a la de 6 horas y eso empezaría a voltear la tabla también y nos debería llevar a la parte alta en el 61.8% que está en 106,600, si es que se da. Ahora, ojo, rompiendo los 103,700, deberías de ver mínimo los 102,800. Y por ahora estamos en eso, estamos en un rango, estamos jugándola bastante peligroso el juego, pero si quieres jugar el rango, tío, el rango está bastante fácil. Tienes la parte baja en los 102,200, la parte alta del rango, dentro del rango, son 106,580. Por encima de 103,700 deberíamos de poder continuar a la parte alta del rango. Por debajo de 103,700 deberíamos de ir a la parte baja del rango sin intentar decirles que va a haber un movimiento muy grande ni nada. Yo creo que jugar el rango va a ser lo mejor. Esperar un movimiento grande de muchos miles de dólares y X tal vez no pase ahora. Y si estás solamente enfocado en tradear el rango, güey, hay días que como este, imagínate comprar aquí abajo, vender aquí arriba, hacer un short aquí, vender aquí abajo. O sea, hay mucho dinero si juegas el rango y nos quedamos en el rango. La cosa es, todos queremos ese breakout tan fuerte y poderoso y la cosa es, no nos lo está dando. Bitcoin ranguea 70% del tiempo, por lo que probablemente estamos ante ese 70%. Ya lo tienen. Vámonos a XRP o Tesla, lo que siga. What's next, boys?
XRP. Share my screen. Switch this to XRP. Use the dollar.
You mean the new USD?
Oh yes, the future of France. The world, the next world reserve currency.
Absolutely.
How do you say future of France in Spanish?
El futuro de Francia.
El futuro de Francia.
There
Exactamente. All right, so let's start with the HPDR. Oops, that's not the HPDR. So the quarterly right now on XRP is getting momentum, freshly breaking into the bullish control zone with volatility support. You have not had XRP break into the bullish control zone on the quarterly since about 2017. The absolute top in the 2021 cycle was a rejection of the bullish control zone, and it has not broken into this area since that 2017 rally when we did several hundred X's off of in price. Not several 100%, but several hundred X's, I believe. Yeah, 110,000%. Not too bad. Pretty tranquilo. $1 now becomes $110,000. Pretty wild. The jewel is now giving you a buy, still giving you a buy signal, getting out of the bearish control zone. And right now you have a perfect reconnect to this 5 EMA. It's amazing how much better XRP has done on over this quarterly period than Bitcoin has. If you switch over to Bitcoin on the quarterly, you came all the way down to the 9 EMA. XRP just bounced perfectly off of the 5. And it didn't even make its way down to the 38.2%. And as long as we are over that 5 EMA, we're going to have a little bit of a range between this area and this area here. Once you start to lose this 5 EMA, that'll give you your breakdown to about the 140 zone. But as long as you're below this top of a wick high of about $3.40, shouldn't be looking for all-time highs. You should actually be looking for a lower high because this is a quarterly chart and it's going to look omega bullish until it's not anymore. What would be the safer option would be the same thing that we just discussed with Bitcoin, where it's safer to just play the range instead of trying to bet on a breakdown or a breakout. Let's go to, do we have enough data for this? 6 month, we do have enough. So right now the 6 month on our move down came all the way down to 38.2%, getting a nice bounce off of that. And our current all-time highs are a rejection of the median right now. And as long as we are rejecting the median, you should be looking at this as more bearish than bullish. And this is looking like quite the toppy candle right here, especially if it closes like this. Very likely you're at a minimum going to get a retest of this 38.2%. And at that point, it likely breaks. Well, we want to see where this median moves to on this next monthly close. If the median moves below price and it moves to where the 38.2% is right now, that's going to shift it heavily into the bull's favor, and likely that we're going to bust up to the top 38.2%. But right now, it's still below it. So you should be looking at that as the top as long as it's below it. And if we go down, momentum right now is flipped to the upside on the 6-month with volatility sitting at literally 0%. Last time we had this type of a setup was never. Very interesting. We sort of had it right here. Volatility wasn't really at 0%. We only had the 0% on the dump skis. So you'd have to, would it be more wise to assume that this time is different and volatility from 0% is not going to give us a dump ski and it's going to give us a breakout? I think it's safer to assume that we're probably going to dump ski again off that volatility reading. Now let's switch over. XRP Bitcoin has freshly closed over the 9 EMA, which it has been failing to do since about 2018. And once we lost that 9 EMA, that 9 EMA was solid resistance for years. Closing over that 9 EMA is very significant. Now momentum is very close to getting into the bullish control zone with volatility expanding from 0%. We are getting the move down right now. It's right around the 5 EMA. We haven't quite gotten to the median. If we do see a move further from here, I would expect it to go somewhere around the median. And this median, I do expect to be very strong support. And from this median, I would expect to hit the 38.2%, which right now is sitting somewhere around many zeros, 3.8 area. That is still a move of about 70% from here. But it's a 6-month chart. All we need to do is get the close below that median, and this is completely out of the question. And how much do we have to go down to close below the median? About 25%. Quarterly now is putting in quite the top candle. The only hopium right is that we closed above the 38.2% and we're still above that 38.2%, which lines up with the 21 EMA, which like the 6-month has been 9 has been resistance all the way through. Now that we've closed over this 21 EMA, it does signify that there is a trend in shift. As long as we are holding this 38.2%, we should be expecting a move to the 61.8%, which right now is significantly higher than that quarterly that 6-month area. And I personally do not think this happens, and I think we're probably going to close below 38.2%. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Bearer.
Come on.
That was an uncle joke. Look at this wick. October 2017. This was when the lawsuit happened. XRP BTC went down 99.9%, and then it bounced. This is a
Bigly.
crypto fuck you move. 714,000%. Well done.
What?
$2 and you got 1.4 million.
Fuck.
Although I would have probably sold that $2 investment at $100.
100%. At least I know that I would have.
Yeah, you got to be honest with yourself.
Yeah.
Quarterly is now giving us a buy signal on the jewel for the first time since about January of 2023, and all that really did was give us a move to the 21, which rejected. And right now we are above that 21 EMA. How much of a move did we get when we got that buy signal? Let's see. From around this down here, about 121%. Doesn't look like that much on the chart, but price more than doubled it from this zone here. Let's just for funsies take 120% from here, or 100%. Let's be realistic. Brings us right around many zeros, 3.8. Recognize that number? Seems familiar.
I don't know. I don't remember the zeros.
That was I believe it was on the 6 month.
Yeah, it was.
Right here, this 38.2%. Now on the monthly, very close to getting a silver cross to the upside, with momentum freshly flipping back over the moving average, volatility freshly expanding, and the jewel still giving us that buy signal with the pink above the yellow, light blue getting out of the bearish control zone. This is the first time we've ever gotten this on XRP, BTC monthly in history. And we're getting it in the bearish control zone. So from this move down, this deviation of this 100 EMA, as long as this 55 still holds around that two-ish area, this is gonna silver cross in this next maybe 2-3 periods, and that likely gives us some insane busting action. Let's see if we can find a comparable silver cross to the upside on the monthly. If you would draw this down somewhere in this region, it would have happened if we had the 55. How much of a move was that? Use this candle. About 1,000% to the upside. Not expecting 1,000% here. Just a very tranquilo 100% move. Let's go down a little bit. 2-week is now getting down on momentum with volatility just about to start expanding. We are approaching support right around this many zeros 2 area, and likely based on the high time frame trend, this area does hold. Maybe we go a little bit lower to test this 100, but from there I would expect some going to the 100 would sweep all of these lows, put in a nice swing failure pattern, and then probably bust back up to the 200. And at that point, we are going to be looking for this to be resistance. If you start to smash through this area, that's when you're going to get that 100% move to that 0.38. Weekly is also approaching support right around that. The median, if it can go a little bit lower to this 38.2%, that same points many zeros 2 area likely does hold that support. Especially when you look at momentum, which is pointed to the upside with volatility approaching 0%. Now let's switch over to XRP USD. XRP USD is now putting in a nice bottoming candle, maintaining this 5 EMA and getting nice expansion off of that 5 EMA. Although we are still in lower high posturing, as long as we are below this at the very least, this wick high here at about $3.03. As long as we're below this area, you should be more cautious than optimistic. Momentum is freshly positioned back to the upside, but volatility positioned back to the upside. However, the jewel is losing its buy signal, and likely it will shift into a sell signal if you close below this candle wick high at about $2.36. And then you likely are going to get a Dembski to, at the very least, this 9 EMA, but probably the 21, which is sitting right around that same 140 area. Right now, I am slightly in the favor of that happening versus us blasting to all-time highs, but it's not very much. It's like maybe 55% leaning towards the bear side and like 45% towards the bullish side. It's very, very close. If you want to switch
Tight
this back
margins.
yeah, if you want to switch this back to a buy signal, you're gonna have to close not only you have to close above this wick high at about $2.36. Likely it's gonna give you a move to somewhere around here, but it's not gonna tell you you're gonna break this area. And to be honest, a smarter trade to take in this area would be a short, and with your stop at this high right here. That is how much of a risk? 13%. Did I draw it correctly? Let's do it from the magnet. About 12% to the upside versus 140 is your target to the downside. Oh, about 50% in your favor to the if it works out. Pretty good RR in IMO. What you absolutely don't want to do, if you do this, you're kind of a lobotomized retard. It's the long up here. This is how you tell the market that you hate money. If you long right there. I mean, if you hate money, you can I'll send you my Bitcoin address and you can just send it to me instead.
Ooh.
2-week is now freshly flipping down on momentum, rejecting the moving average. Very likely this is going to break into the bearish control zone with volatility now flipping up to support it. Only thing we need to do to get this breakdown is to lose this 38.2% at $2.31. Although this is not going to be the breakdown that the bears are looking for if that happens, what they're going to be looking at, what they should be looking at is this 21 EMA. Because if you lose this 38.2%, you're going to come to this 21 EMA right around just below $2, filling in this wick. This is going to be the area where bulls absolutely have to step in. Because if you don't hold this 190 to $2 area, that's when you get your breakdown. You can take all the liquidity below this area, probably going to go pretty rapidly to the 140s, maybe even lower. Right now, I'm like 55% chance of that. I mean, 55% bias that happens. If we continue to hold this 38.2% on this 2-week closure, then I'm going to start shifting. But right now, I am a little bit biased that we break it. Weekly is now very close to getting into the bullish control zone, while volatility is expanding from 0%. Let's see, are we getting? What price was this? $2.44. Okay, so if you notice, momentum is higher than we were right over here, but price is still technically making a lower high, giving you a possible weekly hidden bearish divergence. And to confirm it, you would have to close below this wick low at about $2.30. And normally you would use this candle's low, but the reason I'm using this one is because it's a shooting star. And closing below it would be a confirmation of the shooting star, giving you a local top. That's going to give you a minimum move down to somewhere around the 55 at around $1.68. That point, because you've already tested this area before, very unlikely it holds, and you probably go down to somewhere around this 100, which is slightly below that 140 area. This is at about 130. It's pretty nasty move to the downside, especially if you're able to get that short somewhere around here. Let's go to the Jewel. Jewel is still giving us a buy signal within the, right above the bearish control zone. Not as nice of a signal as if it were to happen right here. And we have gotten how much of a move from this signal? Oh, I didn't press the measure button. I'm a retard. About 28% to the upside. Let's see how much we've gotten in a previous buy signal. A lot. I believe that was a lot more. 102%. Let's go to one more signal. This one's probably going to be more in line with the one that we have now. About 57%. Fucking A. Let's take 50-ish% from this move here. Oh, it brings you right to that $3 area, right next to our current all-time highs. That prime opportunity short zone. Very interesting. 5 days now starting to reject the bullish control zone and putting in a shooting star candle. If we close below this wick low, that is going to confirm the shooting star, and then we're probably going to get a move down to $2. $2, which is right at that 5-day median. Still possible, probably a little bit lower to tap this 55. Still possible to put in ever so slightly higher low in this area. I'm just a little bit hesitant to think that that's going to happen. Right, especially since we got to close over this previous lower high. The market is probably getting pretty frothy, probably pretty bullish. Would be very fuck you move to just sweep these lows, come down. Even if we're gonna put in a higher low, just take all these guys out and then send it back up, or just break down. Two-day is now starting to flip back down, rejecting the bullish control zones, flipping down on momentum. Did we put in what low is this? No bearish divergence. And we have gotten follow through on this top doji candle by going below the wick low. Volatility as of right now is still contracting, but if you start to lose this 38.2%, which lines up with the 55 EMA on this silver cross, volatility is going to expand, and you're probably going to go pretty quickly to somewhere around that 170s for a little bit of a bounce, and then for 140s. And the 2-day jewel is now losing its buy signal. Daily is flipping down into the bearish control zone. We're getting a bearish retest of this 38.2% and a rejection. Right now, we are the hopium is that we continue to hold this 21 EMA. What you absolutely don't want to do though is lose this 55. Once you lose this 55, the silver cross has been invalidated, and you're probably going to dump. 4 hours also freshly flipping to the downside on momentum with volatility expansion, and we have a fresh silver cross to the downside right here, right now. and a nice perfect retest of this 9 EMA. It is starting to shift into the bear's favor. And from this retest of this 100 EMA, I would expect a retest of, a test of the 200, which is at about 225. Could put in a higher low here. Very, very, very likely you will get a bounce at the very least. But as long as you're below the 100 at about 235, you should be looking at it as a bearish retest. Let's switch to the RSI. I apologize, community members. I wish it was not so.
Don't worry. Hey, don't worry about it. You're wrong because you're saying it's going to go down.
Exactly.
Yeah. I know.
Obviously,
I know how
it's
this
going to
works.
go up.
I am seriously considering making a channel called the Moon Boy, and I just go out there because there's one dude I love. His name is Tyler. He makes videos about YouTube. Simple, chill, fucking easygoing guy. But every video he makes is what's about to come to Bitcoin is fantastic, basically. And he's always saying that it's Moon Boys are going to be happy and whatnot. And no matter what happens, he's saying no matter what's going on right now, it eventually will go up. I feel like that's a real legit business model in 2025 that can make me a lot of money.
Amazing. How profound.
I really think so. No, yeah, but listen, it works, dude. That's what George does for a living. He does that, and another thing that you can do in the mornings, which is just read the news by yourself, which is something that everyone is doing right now online.
I love how everybody
just read the news.
I love how everybody acts like they're the only person with access to CNBC.
No. Hang on. My favorite part is that they think their critical thinking on the analysis from CNBC is what's going to separate them. Oh man,
That's all a CT basically.
It's because of these people. It's because of these people that it's impossible for me to take fundamental analysis seriously.
You can't. No, there's no fundamental analysis. The news are given to you by compromised networks. You have to look at what's going on. This is why I hate it. I look at what's going on today. That's it. I don't care about the news. I do it to make fun of them, but that's it. Like the one unfortunate accident in New York that just kept getting funnier the more information they release. Is terrible, man. Terrible. I can't watch the news.
What I'm wondering is why Mexico is still sailing ships from 1492.
Well, you live in Mexico, so you know.
That happened yesterday, right? Or was
that the more surprising thing for me is like, wait, is that a Santa Maria?
Is that La Pinta, La Niña, or La Santa Maria? Which one? Crazy.
I got some sombering. Yeah, I got some sombering details with the community members right now. Here's our previous all-time high. Swept above that all-time high. We're a lot below it right now. Close below this would be a textbook swing failure pattern, just like we had in the 2021 on a Bitcoin. And then we started our bull market and went bear market and went down about 77% from there. It's not looking good, bruvs. At the very least, if you close like this, you're going to get a retest of this 5 EMA. And if it doesn't move, you're going to take out these wick lows. And that 5 EMA is right around $1.40. Likely, you're going to get your breakdown at that point. And you already got volatility expansion. So you're going to get volatility expansion with that breakdown. Hopium is that you don't close below this wick low. At the very least, close above this wick high at $2.90. Close below this wick low and this wick high, it's kind of fucked. And that is a technical term.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Nothing there. Two-week has possible hidden bullish divergence, but it has to close above $2.48 to confirm. And if it does confirm, your minimum move is going to be into the simple moving average at about $3.89. New all-time high is right below $4. I don't think that happens though, especially with how this candle looks. But what does my opinion matter, right?
Doesn't matter. Can I tell you something? Eventually, it's gonna go up.
Eventually, it's gonna go up. Just like the stock market, it'll go up eventually.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm about to make a killing. I'm not even gonna talk to you guys because I'm gonna be so rich.
Whenever it's going down, you just stay quiet. Stay quiet the whole time. Then when it goes back up, you be like, "Ha! I told you."
No, you don't even have to stay quiet. You just say it's gonna go back up. Like no matter what, you're always right.
And be like, I never said how long it would take to go back up. I just said it would go
Exactly.
back up.
Yeah. They all say, listen, I don't know what's gonna be the next move, but I can tell you, eventually it'll go higher. I swear you think I'm kidding. This is legitimately the wood that they used to burn that fire, son. Stronger and stronger. And I
You
got
gotta
it. I
ask,
got that
gotta,
wood.
gotta ask ChatGPT of a million different ways to say the same thing, though.
I don't think you have to. I think they just say the same thing and people still watch. I I actually think the world is much easier than what we think. If you just treat it for what it is, it's just a bunch of retards or AI maybe that's really dumb, uh, expecting the same thing over and over. Just think about this. How many people want me to make car videos, but they just want me to buy more like cars and do the same thing over and over again? Everyone. They just want me to say do the same thing over and over again. When you see the guy that just retired that does like camping videos, they just want him to do the same thing over and over again. I'm telling you, dude, we're looking at this the wrong way. This simulation's much easier than we think.
You gotta pour one out for outdoor boys, though. Very sad that he shut down his channel.
I've never seen him, but I
He's
will.
he,
But
he's this camping guy who has like I think 15 million followers. He was really exploding. He used just for fun. He didn't really because bro has money. He would just go out into the most dangerous areas before, and he would do what Bear Grylls fakes to do, but for real. And his
gangster.
videos were extremely entertaining. And he uploaded his farewell video saying that he was getting too famous for his family to have a normal life, and he's not going to be uploading any more videos.
Yeah, it sucks. It really like it's I know I used when growing up, I remember when Britney Spears was going crazy. I was like, if you can't handle being famous, then why do this? But the fame is the side effect of what you're doing. If you love doing what you're doing, and
Yeah.
it's
And
unfortunate because
bro
it
already has
sucks.
money, so he doesn't need it.
That's what I'm saying. Why have every fucking major moron tell you what to do with your life when you can just, have your wife do that?
You only need one person. You don't need millions of
You
people
just
doing
need
that.
one person to keep you grounded. The rest are easy. Yeah, I agree.
Half
Good
of
for
the people
him.
who want you to keep making videos just want are bored and want to see some shit. The other half just want to tell you you don't know shit about cars.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But now I've graduated to not know shit about anything else. Like I have many other things that I don't know shit about. Cars, finance, cell phones, technology, blah, blah, blah. Just no idea of those either. It's pretty cool.
Hey, that Lamborghini may be just a poster on your wall, but you know all about it. On the weekly, some more sombering information.
Oh my
Shoulder,
God.
head, shoulder.
Oh yeah.
Let's see what this gives. Put it down right here.
And you're being generous.
Mm-hmm. Right to that 200. It's at 80 cents. Confirmation of this is going to be breaking, let's say, this wick low at $2. Very nice round psychological figure. Weekly close below $2 and it's fucked. And weekly still has active hidden bullish divergence, but it will be invalidated with below $2. We have already hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average in the neutral zone. The next target with the close over about $2.65 is going to be the bullish control zone, which currently sits at new all-time highs at 374. A little difficult to see that happening, to be honest. Nothing. Let's see. There is possible another drive of hidden bearish divergence. You would have to close below about $2.30 to confirm it. Your minimum target is going to be to this 100 at $2. That's the level you need to absolutely hold, or it's fucked. Oh, next level is 140. Daily currently has active hidden bullish divergence. There is some hopium there. It will be invalidated, however, with the close below about $2.30. And if you do invalidate it, first move is to about somewhere around $2.20 to $2. Probably get a little bit of a bounce there, but I expect that bounce to fail. And continuation on the divergence is going to be any close above $2.45. That takes you to the critical zone, which currently sits at about $3.21, just below our current all-time highs. 4 hour. 4 hour currently also has bullish divergence, and it will be active as long as you're closing above $2.28. And your next move, if you can get a close over 236, is going to be into the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about 248. The more reasonable number is the critical zone, because volatility is still not that high, and that level sits at about 299. So very round psychological figure of $3. See, where does 248 line up within price? Very close to the silver cross. So actually, to be honest, I would pay more attention to that 248 number, because it is very, very high prob, and it wouldn't. It would just slightly sweep these highs, I think. Yeah, just slightly do a swing failure pattern of these highs, and if it closes below, probably at that point you're going to capitulate. But short term, you very likely do see a bounce, though, especially because on the 2 hour you've now done a swing failure pattern of this 200 SMA. You have bullish divergence, which is going to be active as long as you're closing above about $2.29. And your next target on the divergence is the simple moving average in the neutral zone, which right now sits at about $2.40. Same area as that previous target from before, and also lines up with this nice little cluster of EMAs. Let's go to momentum chart. Don't throw the chancla at the messenger.
After you're
6 month
done, I'll tell everyone that it's going to go up no matter what. Don't worry about it.
Oh, beautiful. On the 6 month, we are getting momentum position to the upside, but this is the 6 month chart, and this is going to still look bullish even when it turns bearish until probably not going to. The 6 months probably not going to flip bearish until we've already started the trend on the bearish side. And right now, it is going to remain to the upside as long as you're above 44 cents. On this next projection, we are projected to be at the edge of the bearish control zone, with just pivot likely goes up a lot at that point. Quarterly is still positioned to the upside on momentum. Next projection is to be right at the edge of the bearish control zone, and it's currently flipped up above $1.07. Monthly is now flipped to the downside. You do have volatility contraction, so there is some hopium. Volatility will likely start expanding if you get a single tick below $1.61, or if you get a close below this 5 EMA. And likely at that point, you're going to get a rejection of the bullish control zone. You're already getting that because momentum is flipped down, and you're going to remain to the downside below $2.73. So even if you get that bearish retest of 250s, still bearish. 2 week is also positioned to the downside, and now you're very close to getting another volatility setup, and you're pointed down as long as you're below 280. And now you're about to break out of the bullish control zone. If it was bullish in this area, the pivot would have dropped. Weekly is positioned to the upside right now as long as you're above $2. Volatility is contracting, telling you likely a lower high. 5 days also positioned to the upside with volatility contraction, but right at the edge of the bullish control zone, and you'll be flipped up above $2. 2 day is now freshly flipping to the downside. Volatility is contracting, a little hopium. Start to lose this $2.20 area on a closing basis, though, and then volatility is going to expand. Or if you go below $2 on a wick basis. And right now, momentum is going to be down as long as you're below $2.63. Daily is also positioned to the downside as long as you're below 256. 4 hours probably going to be up. Oh, what do you know? It's down. In about 3.5 hours, we will get another closure, but right now we will be pointed down as long as we're below about $2.40. It's very interesting that bearish retest area is about $2.40. These pivots do like to get tagged.
The 240?
Yeah. And now a perfect confluence with that idea. 2 hours positioned to the upside, and it will remain up as long as you're above $2.30.
Mm.
So the high time frames on XRP are still looking bullish, but you should be very cautious because we have put in a swing failure pattern of our previous all-time highs. The hopium that bulls are holding on to is that the 5 EMA is still holding, and that we still have active divergence, but it's very close to invalidating that divergence. And you really shouldn't be looking at the divergence more as something to save you, rather than you should be looking at the divergence as it possibly being invalidated because of that swing failure pattern. As long as you're closing above this 5 EMA, though, I wouldn't be too excited to look for a breakdown. I would just be more on the camp of looking for a range. Once you start to lose this 5 EMA, though, that's when you can start looking for your breakdown, and likely that's not going to happen anytime soon. Probably going to take a few months before you actually do get the breakdown. Right now, on the low time frames, you are getting momentum start to flip to the upside, while they're down on the high time frames. So I expect a bearish retest of somewhere around $2.40 to maybe $2.50. I do expect that area to get rejected, put in some hidden bearish divergence, and then expect a test of somewhere around $2. It is still possible to put a higher low around $2 and continue to new all-time highs. It's likely. And once you start to lose $2, especially on a daily closing basis, your next target is somewhere around 170 for a short bounce. Maybe that bounce takes you up to somewhere around maybe 180s, 190s, possibly even $2. I expect that bounce to fail, though, and your next area is somewhere around 140. And then you're probably going to go to 80 cents. Sorry to say, but probably going to go 80 cents if you lose $2 on a daily closing basis. And it's not going to be a straight line down to 80 cents. It's going to take several months to hit that 80-cent area, but that is ultimately where you're probably going to go. And that 80 cents is probably going to ever so slightly higher low from our previous higher lows. That's what XRP likes to do. It likes to retrace almost the entire pump, put in ever so slightly higher low, and then next 4 years makes a lower high, and then 4 more years before it breaks the previous high. So about 8-year cycles instead of 4-year cycles, which in the next cycle, I personally don't think it's going to break these all-time highs. I think it's going to make a lower high like it did in 2021. And then in the, 2032 cycles when it's likely going to break these all-time highs if this current trend holds. Right now in the long term.
That, my friend, is if these things still exist by then, as we know.
Oh, that's true. If it's not zero by that point. Nice caveat. If it's not zero by 2032, you should see a new all-time high. On the high time frames, momentum is pointed down, low is pointed up. So bearish retest 240s, 250s, and then I expect down, to put it short.
Interesting. I got this from last time we did this. So we had the break. By the way, this is kind of like a really fucky structure because this is head and shoulders too, like a tiny one right here. But it's coming for breakout, retest. And so basically what you're seeing is shit breaks down, it'll come back here and then go down. That's what you're saying, like you're seeing.
Yeah.
Okay. And obviously invalidation would be taking this high out, right, at 266. Yeah. All righty. Well, let's look at XRP. And also I want to see the little head and shoulders actions over here. Look
at head and shoulders over here.
2, 3. Actually, this is kind of more fucky than you would think on the super bigger time frames, because this is obviously shoulder, head, shoulder, right? So I would draw this shit kind of like this, and you can even do it from this one, maybe. Yep. Oh, and it's actually a wedge. Oh man, hopefully it's not gonna range until fucking 2026, but that's interesting because then it would just get us into this. Well, this breaks down. Your target is what? Negative. So no, I'm not even going to count it. All right. Maybe there's a smaller one of these. All right. Estamos viendo XRP, la moneda del futuro, damas y caballeros. Por supuesto que sí, la que van a cambiar los dólares por. Y aquí lo tenemos todo. Lo que estábamos viendo antes es en la de harina, en la diaria. Habíamos visto que desde que tocamos, hicimos nuestro máximo histórico acá en enero. ¿Es nuestro máximo histórico? Sí, correcto. En enero habíamos tocado los 3,30 y vamos a ponerlo exactamente para que lo tengas, $3.4 por moneda. Desde entonces hemos estado haciendo altos más bajos, y habíamos estado dentro de este rango, pero habíamos podido romper este rango a la alza. Recuerda, esto solamente es una línea meme en diagonal, por lo que tiene tanto peso como mis bolas, ¿no? Nada. La cosa es, cuando ves un breakout de estos, tienes que venir a retestearlo. ¿Cuántas veces lo hemos platicado? Y aquí lo que tienes que esperar es el movimiento para arriba o oficialmente caer y luego o confirmar esta caída con un retesteo bajista de esta zona. ¿Qué exactamente se está dando? Vamos a analizarlo rápidamente, damas y caballeros, como de que no tenemos XRP, por supuesto, en el gráfico. Quiero ponerles primero ahí antes que nada el gráfico de 6 meses, que es algo que nos dimos el lujo de ver con Farhan. Y pueden ver, habíamos puesto este tremendo movimiento hasta arriba, pero ya empieza a caer XRP muy cerca de donde había caído antes, a niveles como antes, y parecerse a esto. Y esto sería un SFP, un Swing Failure Pattern, y eso nos tendría que dar una reversa en la acción de precio. Eso quiere decir que si hemos sido alcistas, deberíamos ir para abajo. También habíamos tenido esta expansión en la tabla de 6 meses que nos llevó con este pompazo a dar donde estamos, y fue el punto más bajo de la tabla en total, y ahora estamos por acá. Esta es una tabla que toma demasiado tiempo en operar, no la contaría en cripto, pero falta 1 mes y 12 días para cerrarla. Déjame ver si el HPDR me pone algo enfrente. Solamente van a ser juegos tontos, Alejandro. ¡Wow! La media del HPDR en la zona azul está justamente acá, en los 268, básicamente junto a nuestra línea meme por acá. De no poder pasar eso, deberíamos de tener más probabilidad en 1 mes y 8, y lo que sean, que es 1 mes y 12 días, de llegar al 1.8. Y de no poder aguantarlo, deberíamos de ver mínimo el 50% en 1.4, pero el 61.8% en 78 centavos es lo que a mí me está llamando la atención, porque es normalmente, y junto a nuestra línea meme que también tiene y agrega un poco de confluencias, donde normalmente vería el precio caminar a, vamos a la de 3 meses, la trimestral. Podemos ver que hemos llegado a la parte alta de la zona azul. Tenemos un rechazo del 70 y está muy arriba, es 78.2%, lo que sea, que 78.6, perdón. Es 78.6%. Tenemos esta vela topera también. Déjenme les quito rápido el HPDR para que puedan ver bien las velas. Es una vela topera de libro, estilo divino. Y acá lo que dirías es, esta vela topera sería confirmada con cualquier cierre por debajo de 1.77 con esta vela. Todavía falta 1 mes y 12 días para cerrarla, y de cerrarla por debajo de ese nivel, confirmaría la vela topera y estaríamos viendo escenario a la baja. Por ahora, estamos ante el cierre más alto de toda la historia en una gráfica trimestral, en los 2.34. Por supuesto, el cierre más alto que habíamos tenido antes fue la vela topera y lo había dado en $2.09, para que lo tengan presente. Vámonos a la mensual. Mensual ya con volatilidad contrayendo. Tenemos este rango de indecisión de acá, hasta los 1.76, y estamos justamente en medio, después de vela topera, vela super positiva, vela super negativa, vela topera, vela super positiva y ahora otra vela negativa. Continúa jugando el juego mejor que nadie, XRP, por supuesto, pero viéndolo de acá, en la mensual, continuamos en una tendencia alcista, por encima del promedio del 5, encima del promedio del 9, encima de todos los demás. Lo que estamos viendo es esta contracción en volatilidad. Vamos a ver dónde estamos parados en el HPDR para tener una mejor idea. Y acá es por eso que no quieres rifarte un long, porque ya te quedan muy pocas probabilidades de continuación a la alza. Lo pueden ver, estamos ya en el 88.3%, que es lo que nos había rechazado. En realidad, esta de aquí arriba es el 90 y tantos %. Así que desde entonces hemos estado consolidando un poco el lado y cayendo, pero aguantando y salvando los platos todavía por encima de todos los promedios importantes con esa contracción de volatilidad. 2 semanas nos está preparando un movimiento de volatilidad bastante agresivo. Lo pueden ver acá. El último que nos dio fue este movimiento de 500%. Así que vamos a ver para dónde nos da este movimiento agresivo, la de 2 semanas. Tenemos una vela topera, tenemos el pre-front run del rechazo de la media y nuestra línea meme por acá, y eso nos está cayendo acá. De perder la zona de los 2.28, 2.28. De perder los 2.28, vamos a tener una alta probabilidad de ir a los 1.94. De ser alcistas, lo que queremos retomar son los 2.77. Es lo que nos gustaría ver. Básicamente, simplemente llevarte los últimos mínimos que habías visto antes. Vamos a la semanal. La semanal nos pone volatilidad nada, contrayendo una vez más. Vientos. Y por acá venimos de por arriba del 50%, luego habíamos caído, habíamos revisado la media, caímos, vistamos la media, lo rompimos a la alza, llegamos hasta el 50%, nos rechaza y ese rechazo del 50% nos está trayendo acá. La zona no perder son los 2.30. De perder los 2.30 vamos a la parte alta de la zona azul, que coincide también con nuestra línea meme en diagonal y nuestro promedio del 21 en los 2.19, y eso nos haría muy probablemente ir a visitar los 1.88. 3 días, volatilidad está no en expansión, no en contracción, pero yéndose de lado, por lo que por ahora, de perder esta zona en los 2.34, vamos a tener una alta probabilidad de que nos aguanten nuestros promedios por acá, en donde está la línea meme, de no aguantar nuestro 34 en la de 3 días, vamos a ir a visitar el 55 en los 2.10, 2.14, y de no aguantar, estamos hablando del 1.97, la parte baja del rango, en la zona verde, en la zona azul. Diaria empieza a comprometer la fotografía.
Empieza 8 de la mañana, Vladimir Putin y Donald Trump. Trump pone sobre la mesa que esto podría caer aún más.
Así que estamos ante el promedio del 21, justamente en los 2.34. De no poder aguantar el 2.31, tenemos nuestro SMA 200 justamente aquí abajo en los 2.20. Y acá, bastante sencillo, puesto en bandeja de plata para todos ustedes, damas y caballeros, de la boca de Farhan a sus oídos, en inglés a español. Habíamos tenido esta tendencia bajista, rompimos a la alza, y esto simplemente se va a tratar, ¿es esto un SFP o no? ¿Cómo vamos a saber si lo es? De poder aguantar la zona, la línea meme, nuestro promedio del 100, o te voy a dar hasta el 200, de que esto caiga acá, se apoye y bolas, se lleve estos máximos de por acá en los 2.65, alcista. El primer paso sería aguantar esto, ¿ok? Bajista, rompes esto a la baja, te quedas más o menos por acá, vienes una vez de vuelta y te da oficialmente el rechazo, o en la línea tal cual o un poco arriba, dándote el tradicional velazo delgado y después cayéndose. Eso sería... eso nos indicaría que esto es un SFP. Para todos los que saben, estos SFP son reversas y nos llevaría para abajo. Donde sabemos que es alcista, llevándonos el 266 para arriba. Donde es bajista, con el rechazo del promedio del 100 y el 200 y usándolo para SFP para abajo, para que no tengas que tener la línea meme. Ahí lo tienes. XRP empieza a ponerse en una situación bastante nublada. Vamos a llamarlo así, nublado. Todavía no es bajista, no es alcista, pero todas las cosas bonitas que había visto Mr. Garlic Bread en XRP se están desapareciendo y eso nos podría poner en... By the way, Farhan, is this the first time you look at XRP and you're like, wow, it's not all across the board bullish?
Yep.
Like since the pump? That's interesting,
Yep.
no? While everything is pumpy?
Very interesting. Because when Bitcoin was looking bad, XRP was looking good.
That's what I'm saying. I want to keep this noted because maybe XRP is leading the cycle, right? Fucking weirdo coin. All right, well, that's XRP. Let's go into Tesla.
Nice.
By the way, you can't talk to anyone on fucking Instagram, on Twitter. I was telling someone on X, someone was betting that Rivian was he was short on Rivian, and he said at 16-17 I'm shorting Rivian and whatever, and I said, and someone was making fun of him like a bull, and I said to the bull, dude, this happens every year on Rivian. Like if you go back and look at the chart, this happens all the time. I don't think his bet is crazy. I am bullish. Dude got so offended. My God, it's unbelievable. It's like I put my dick in his mouth while he was typing on X. Like, that's how mad he got. I was like, no, boy, I'm just fucking giving you some tips. It's a good trade.
Yeah. That's
whenever you slightly even suggest something against someone else's positioning, they think that you alone have the power to reverse the market and make them lose money.
I wish I did, and I'm also positioned next to them, so goddamn.
Yeah, that's just how markets are. I mean, money always brings high emotions, and unfortunately, that's just all trading is, just high emotions and emotional people. Here's
I'm
Tesla.
high, just no emotions.
Yeah,
I'm
same,
jealous.
honestly. Same. So this is Tesla. It's not looking bad. We were actually talking about a breakout here at this point if we didn't see 300 take, act as strong resistance. And so we have a scenario here where, we've now broken out. We're now in an uptrend in this zone. And so now often, right, we generally want to see a nice throwback. And that's kind of the idea behind this breakout. Consolidate, throwback before you get the real move up to 400s. Why would this make sense too? Well, if we start going on like what was it, a 2-day? And let me get off of Discord because I just hear the beep. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Why would this would make sense to me is, what was it, on the daily? Yeah, it was on the daily. You have a daily silver cross. So, I'm liking the way the daily view is. We first have to lose essentially 326. 326 is basically using these wick lows, specifically the November 27th wick low, to basically act as support. And what I like about this view is, Tesla could easily come back down to $325, $326, and then actually get a bounce from there, leading us to 373. For me, though, considering that we had, let's say, a weekly, closing this, strong with a gap here as well, it would make more sense to me to kind of take the extremity long around 300. Because we talked about this. If we get a throwback to this zone, you would be looking at this as just a throwback, a bullish retest, and your easy invalidation will be simply these lows here around 270. You could start longing around here playing the daily 9, but to me, that's just slightly more of an aggressive trade. But it's still very logical, and the daily 9 absolutely could just hold here, and then we basically flip, essentially this support back into support by holding it. We've seen Tesla break out, throw it back, 326 holds, and then we break out. Bulls would basically be betting, aggressive bulls would be betting on this kind of scenario here. You break out, you get a pullback. The difference between this scenario and the one I'm talking about is this one would actually be stronger because you have support on the daily 9 with a silver cross. This would be the first silver cross retest since we essentially broke out here in early May. So to me, it's like you have two areas of interest. The easier one is right around the psychological number of 300. This would not only backtest the EMA 21, SMA 200, and the EMA 100, but also on the weekly, you'd actually be able to get a retest of the daily 9. What you're noticing is the daily 9, 21, and 34 were basically keeping Tesla down for a while. Even here, when we moved up, we rejected the 34. It wasn't really until we reclaimed back above all major moving averages where we opened on a gap up and got a very nice close until last week. So, pull back into this region, gap filling, retesting the support zone, to me makes the most sense. This gives you the most higher probability trade, and you know exactly where you're wrong because this 300 here region has so much confluence on all different time frames, like a weekly of the 9 here. The daily, you have the SMA 200 right around here. Wants to load. Right around here, SMA 200. The 5-day, right? 5-day, 9, 21, 34 is all right around that region as well. Telling you that this zone, if we get it, is an opportunity zone. So let's see now the HBDR. Let's kind of see what the higher time frames show us. The 5-day 2 is rejecting slightly off the 78.6%. You see the 61.8% right at 326. So again, makes sense to kind of gauge a bounce on that daily 9 first. Before anything, you lose the daily 9. It's going to give me max confidence that we're probably going to run the 300 again. But in this 5-day view, you were noticing you broke out. You never really tested the 38.2% here. This is important because even on this move out, when we broke out above the 38.2%, the 5-day did reconnect with it, retesting the top of the channel before giving the real move up. From that retest, we essentially bounced 69% for the culture. It's really not bad. Let's see another scenario here. We broke out, tried to come all the way back down and retest it, failed to retest, fell back into the blue zone, led to chop. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so you broke out. You tested it actually here because look at the 38.2% was right around 212. It actually did not. It moved down actually. The 38.2% shifted down. We actually just held the 5-day EMA 100 before basically going up. So you know, in my point of view, the 5-day chart is very important for Tesla because you often do, not every time, but often do retest the 38.2% either before breaking down or breaking out. And so for me now, this would make a lot of sense. 5-day actually is going to come down a bit, fill that weekly gap around 300, fill that out, retest 300, maybe around 298. From there, though, bulls are going to be looking to scale longs right there and have a stop around 270. To me, that just makes the most amount of sense. And that actually will get the weekly to fill out some of that gap. But again, nothing tells me yet that that's going to occur. It's just more of the max bullish scenario. We very well could just hold the daily 9, which is the silver cross retest connect. And then from that point, flip this 326 into support before going up to 372. For me, both scenarios lead to Tesla hitting 372. I don't see really Tesla really breaking down much as long as it's above $300. It's the line in the sand. As long as you're above 300, though, yeah, this is just going to be in a big range from 300 to 371 with a mid-range around 326. That's basically it. I mean, Tesla's very strong. It's looking quite nice. Let's check the monthly and the 2-week. And look at that. The monthly 9's perfectly at 300. First reclaim possibly within this month. Knock on wood if we don't jinx it here. If the monthly closes anywhere above 300, great confluence of this entire idea I just laid out. You want basically 270 to hold this monthly low. You need 300 to act as a spring, basically support with the monthly 9. This should lead you up to 370s. 370s is going to be a major test. We are technically in a monthly SFP play, so bears are going to be looking at this as a bearish retest, meaning you're going to come all the way down, almost break trend, didn't fully break the monthly trend. You're coming up. Bears are going to try to reject here. And that tells me that Tesla still has a little bit more to go at minimum. I mean, yeah, I'm still could go up a little over 9% at that point before you actually start seeing the big rejection that bears would try to do here. Something to note, though, is the monthly is really primed to break out here. Now, we are at resistance, though. Went slightly above. Again, monthly close is going to be important. What I'm liking about this monthly view and something we'll have to gauge is that median. Median's right now at 283.39. You could very well into next month see this median shift up and actually match closer to around that $300 mark. It's very big, though. Tesla's at a very crucial spot. Visually, you can see 300 here. There's not much times where we've either stayed above it. Yeah, that's it. There's not many times we've stayed above it. Both times have led to a high on Tesla. And so, right, we have to assume that if the monthly and also bi-monthly is going to actually fulfill and close above 300, this would be a major shift to me. This would start really looking good to go at very minimum to the $400. You break essentially 415 and, well, yeah, I guess go to 460, break the high, and yeah, now you're in price discovery mode. And Tesla on the 2-month has an insane gap up. So, I mean, GG on bulls, it's not looking really bad. And even noticing here, I mean, you have the 78.6%. You break the 61.8% around that 415 level, going to get a move up to like that 580s. It's pretty massive, actually. But with what we know on the 2-month, it does not need to stop there. I mean, it very well could just easily reclaim the 61.8% on that 2-month close and then move up to the $800 region. These will move, obviously, but the point being is that Tesla's looking very strong. I mean, very, very strong. I believe Tim Waltz around here was celebrating the death of Tesla, and here we are over 40% higher.
Yeah,
This is
and
now
I
looking...
quote, if you want to boost in your day, look at the Tesla price, 225 and dropping.
Can I tell you something, guys? I really hate the gayness of fighting when people do this, because then at some point, let's be honest, Tesla's going to be under that price. And people will be telling Elon Musk what to do and how to do his job and how to run the company and that he should quit from all the other things and blah, 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 right? Like, and then people will use that argument and be like, see, Tampon Tim, or whatever his name is, was really trying to, I have no idea. He was trying to warn you, blah, blah, blah. So it's always the back and forth, right? Like the swing in it. That monthly view is bonerific. I think that is the best. That 50% is exactly, that's the move that he does and repeats itself over and over again. And I love it. Like that 370. This is looking good temporality wise. For some reason, this is when Tesla pumps. You don't want to fight the trend. You don't want to find the trend over time. It's pretty good. Shit's
And what
going,
I
baby.
what I love about these lobotomized retards in the market is even if it were to go below that 225, they're gonna claim that he was right, but it bounced 50% from his 225.
Oh no, of course.
So
But you always use, that's the problem, right? Everyone uses the timelines however they want to. Like even myself, I'm telling you boys that the peso is going to be in the toilet versus the dollar, but it's going to take until the end of the year, probably tops first quarter of the next. And people right now, just the peso gains a little against the dollar, and I get messages instantly on Twitter. Ha! What's going on, you financial expert? I'm like, all right. So, it's just people use it all the time. Wrong, but it's part of it. But
No, you're
Tampon
absolutely right.
because obviously the market moves in a straight line.
yeah, exactly. And it happens in a day. And if it doesn't happen that day, it's over.
Yeah, so, and you're a retard and get wrecked.
These are the
unreal.
counterparties.
But no, I'm loving the price action in Tesla and Rivian. They're just playing straight to our book.
Yeah, and you're right, Alejandro. I mean, this is just that's why I mentioned it. Like, this is a big range still. I mean, we are just still in a range, 300 support. You got the mid range around 326, and now you got the high at 370s. Tesla likes to be in this range. Now, we haven't been in it in a minute, and we were under it, but now we've popped back within it. And that's why for me, it's like, yeah, 300 is kind of line in the sand. You don't hold 300, this is going to go down a lot more. And it's most likely going to take out that, higher low around 270s and come all the way back around 250s minimum. That's why it's like very easy to range trade this if you just know what you're looking at. It's like, this is the first zone. 326 has to hold. That doesn't hold. You're going to move aggressively down to 300s. And then this is it. It's either going to grind out a higher low here and really move up, or this is just going to be a massive trap. It's going to roll over. And I believe... yeah, I mean, we got to get back above this wick high here at like 368, right around that 370s. But until then, a pullback to me seems more likely, just at very minimum to 326, very minimum from this point. I don't see why we wouldn't do this, and this would be the opportunity zone. Absolutely wrong if you're taking out 270. You take 270 out, I do think that this is going to actually come all the way down to 180s again. And that'll be that. I mean, it's very simple. You 326, hold, great. Daily 9, retested with the silver cross. You're going to move up to 370s. There you easily could find some rejection. And again, play within the range. Let me delete the LARP lines, getting too many here. You very well could just be in a range. And this is in the process of going up like this. Boom, boom. Resistance goes down, loses the daily 9, comes down, reconnects, consolidates. Very well could just do this for a minute. There's nothing telling me yet that this is about to do a major busting action move besides play within a 20% range. Knowing this can make you a lot of money, though, because a 20% range is tradable. The point being is that we've seen Tesla trade in this range before, many times, actually. I mean, it reclaimed 300 beautifully, slingshotted up to the 370s, went to the extremity high, fine, fell back within, came all the way back down to 300, lost it, went lower. Okay. Rejected, cool, reclaimed this zone, tried to throw it back, went to like 304, 305, boom, broke out. And again, it's just like a level to level on Tesla. You fell back under 370 here, rejected it, came all the way down, tried to get some reaction around 300 before you broke down again. So it's like, that's it. Just level to level this. Use the daily 9 as your kind of mid-range because it's lining up perfectly with mine. You lose the daily 9, great. Sit on your hands, wait for the 300 to like 297 region. That should hold, giving you a very easy long right around, entry at 298, stop at 270s, TP around 370s to 400. No, that's it. Tesla's looking great, but don't get blindsided on that. It's still in a range. And as I mentioned before, this is going to be the area bears are going to step in. Why? Because you had a massive bearish retest, bearish SFP here. You basically reclaimed support, and then you bigly lost support, lost it. Argument, yes, you could easily go up to 400. And here, you lost it here, rejected it, boom. So this is now telling me that, yeah, this is a major resistance right around 370, which at least ties into the range idea where you could easily go up to 370, come back down to 300, do this for a few months, and then break out. Let me now, before I go, just check volatility. Nothing really on that. So I'm like, if we're going to break out above 400, volatility has to give me something here. I mean, it's kind of at the extremes.
That's a tall order, by the way. If this is going to make a new all-time high, I personally don't think so. That's a big-ass fucking ask right now.
Well, because you have 374, could be the rejection.
Yeah.
Break that, you easily could reject 420.
Yeah.
I'm putting a hedge short for the Academy on Bitcoin at the moment.
Nice. Very nice.
So
there
keep
you go,
your
boys.
eyes open for the alerts, fellas.
Okay. Van a mandar un hedging short en las alertas para que lo tengan presentes. Alrighty, Alex Sole. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I'll just look at this. I mean, look at the hourly reclaimed that 1041. Never really tested it. It's looking good. It's looking like it wants to do some combustion action to 109s now, which is funny to me. It's like once I get bearish or bullish,
it goes the other way.
Yeah, it's going the other way. It's like that kind of week. I'm like, Bitcoin looks like it wants to go up, and now foreign's getting bearish. I'm like, fuck, shit.
Not really bearish. I'm just
no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It's a hedging short, though. It's a hedging short.
But no, this looks good. This looks really good. You just need to have your stop here now. I mean, simple.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Looking not bad. It's not a dumb short at all. I mean, you're either gonna break this and then break out to 109s, cool. Or yeah, this will roll over. People like me then finally flip long, and then we go down to fulfill this prophecy around 99.8. So it's not dumb. This is just a beautiful reclaim, beautiful expansion. It's kind of bullshit, honestly. How easy and beautiful it is, because it literally is super beautiful. I mean, just like the 3-hour EMA 100 has just been like a perfect spot. So it is funny to see that, but as I was saying on Tesla, it's looking good. I'm expecting a pullback here, though, first. Pullback very, very minimally could just lead to a daily EMA 9 reconnect. But I would be gauging within the next 2 days this to reconnect with the daily 9. And then from there, you're going to have a decision point. You're either going to play the aggressive long here, have your stop around 311s and try to ride this up. It plays the daily trend. Or you're going to either try to take that weekly extremity long, sit on your hands, wait for the gap fill, test the weekly 9, and then go long with a stop at 270s. This, to me, at 300 makes a lot more sense because, well, the SMA 200 was holding us down a lot, along with the EMA 100, both coming in right around this region. We broke out from it. You never really backtested anything at all. And nothing has to backtest. It's not like an always try and true thing. But with trading, it's patience. And with us, my system allows me to just be kind of like sitting on my hands for this because I just know how markets are. And I know people are probably scaling longs here. Once this daily 9 gives, you're probably going to aggressively drop. That's going to get everyone bearish. We're at the Academy going to be like, oh no, this is just an opportunity zone. Let's bang along, have a logical stop, plays the trend, and then we can look higher. Because it's harder to go up if you're not back testing this. Like visually, to me, this just looks like not healthy until you do come back down here. It doesn't need to be an immediate. You come down, boom. No, it can literally be like, okay, maybe we do hold 326, move up to here, then fill that out, then consolidate, move up, grind out structure, and then break out. Could still take a few weeks. So, point being, though, if you can take anything from this, is 300 is the line in the sand for me. That is bullish if we're above it. Any monthly, dailies, 4 hours above 300 is very bullish on Tesla. And that it just immediately puts it within a range where the 370 is the next objective. Now, you break 370, that's where things can become a lot more fun. But until then, this is going to be, you know, absolute 100% very strong resistance on Tesla. And with strong resistance, we absolutely don't want to just be scaling longs at resistance, but rather trade the plan. The 10-day median perfectly lines up with this idea. So, you know, that's all I'll leave you all with. But it just ties into, 370 is not the spot to be aggressively scaling calls, aggressively buying Tesla, but rather maybe de-risking here, waiting for this scenario or the breakout above 420, essentially.
I finally decided by
420.69, I like.
Yeah.
420.69.
That'd be the fucking number to hit. I was wondering what to do with my position, because I do 100% believe we're going to come back down to the 180s. I legitimately think so, just simply based on temporality. And I think at 370, I get rid of 50% of my position and just whatever. But if we get to the 420, 100% of it.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's so hard for me to believe that this is just going to go up in a straight line. And even if it does, that's still pretty good money. Like it'll be bad, but not the worst.
The thing about it is just because April was so bad in the beginning, and we talked about this in the beginning of April. Remember this? When everyone was bearish here, and we're like, well, you know, we're now at the point where like markets have to bounce or it's fucked. Like literally has to bounce here or we're big time fucked. And we saw that across the board. Apple even bounced perfectly. Tesla was no exception. And so the idea behind 180s is you just have to assume then you're going to retest April lows, and that wasn't a bottom. And that's a little harder because if that is the case, Tesla has to move totally indifferent than with the markets. The Dow Jones, let's say, just for, you know, really simple example, comes back down to like that April low. Yeah, shit's cooked. I'm not going to be thinking this is going to hold, actually. So it's hard because you did get a very nice entry on Tesla. You absolutely did. You bought when you were supposed to. It's just like, was that it? Was that just the macro low across the board? I don't know.
There's no fucking way. If I bought it, there's no way. That's all I'm going to say. There's no way. Oh, hang on. Unless I sell it and then Tesla triples in price, then yes, absolutely.
I realized I was sharing my screen and it wasn't shared too. So that was funny.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was highlighting the areas where you were talking either way.
Okay, good. No, it's good. Yeah, that was basically it,
April,
though. I mean,
bottom.
it just
right
leads
here.
to the question on that. It's just the beginning of April because like markets did really bounce nicely from that point. Now, I don't know. I honestly don't know on Tesla and like Dow Jones. That's why I just trade Bitcoin's an easier beast. But yeah, I mean, it's like Trump was either going to massively break markets because remember in the beginning, everyone was bearish. Everyone was saying Trump had no idea what he was doing. He's gone too far. This is just things that we've never seen before. But on a TA point, you're like, no, this is actually very to the book if you're just viewing the weeklies, monthlies. So, and now look at Rivian. That's crazy, actually. Yeah, he totally last week called the breakout. That's crazy.
Year after year after year, he doesn't get tired of doing this shit. It's unbelievable.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's actually crazy.
Thank you, sir. Let's go with AMD, Mr. Farhizi.
Alrighty. Advanced micro devices.
Advanced micro digital penises. Yes, they just got rid of the P at the end in the thing. All right, let me just do
where
this
do I
one real
get?
quick.
Where do I sign up for one?
Where do I get one of those devices? Ok, estamos viendo Tesla, vamos a hacerlo rápido. Tesla es una de las gráficas que más me gusta, de los precios que más me gusta analizar y que mejor entiendo. Por eso simplemente me gusta, ¿no? Es como Rivian. Les dije, ¿qué sigue en Rivian? Pompazo. ¿Por qué? Porque todos los años hace exactamente lo mismo. O sea, no puedes literalmente inventar esto esta es una de las cosas más fáciles para comprar y vender. Ahora, mucha gente en Rivian, yo sé que estamos en Tesla, me dice ahorita que este pompazo, que probablemente vaya a llegar acá o hasta los 21, no se me pierdan. Normalmente estos movimientos acaban, me parece que es julio. Julio 24, correcto, un segundo, vamos a ver julio 23, bla, bla, mayo, julio 23, hasta acá arriba. Entonces, este movimiento puede parar acá o puede parar acá, pero va a ser un movimiento bueno para acá y después, tristemente, y acá es donde les duele a todos en los huevos, se va a dar la vuelta. Ahora, ¿irá a respetar esto? Vamos a ver, esto sería el cambio de paradigma en Rivian, ¿no? Eso es lo que estamos buscando. Pero en Tesla tenemos un trade bastante sencillo y es un poco parecido. Estos son nuestros máximos históricos en el 2021 y luego tienes una caída brutal y el retesteo. Y esta es la importante, porque aquí es donde ya te caíste hasta acá, ¿no? Relativamente a los 232 y volviste a pompear hasta los 384, ¿ok? Este movimiento fue más agresivo, te caes en vez de a los 232, te caes a los 214 y ahora tienes que tener este movimiento agresivo. Ahora, este movimiento agresivo para mí acaba en los 370, pero puedo absolutamente estar equivocado y venir a los 414, 415. Lo que yo personalmente he decidido en mi posición de Tesla, simplemente viendo esto, es, tuve mucha suerte haber comprado esto, ¿no? Es hasta ahora mi única entrada en Tesla. Y voy a vender 50% acá y el otro 50% acá si se da. Si no se da, bien, me llevo mis ganancias y el otro 50% va a ser una vuelta en uvas y va a tomar los niveles que yo estaba esperando. Eso es lo que me gustaría en un caso perfecto. La razón por qué, y mucha gente dice, pero ¿por qué no te gustaría simplemente llevarte 100% de tu lana y hacer más, bla, bla, bla? El pedo ahorita que yo tengo es, si vendo esto, como ha sido tan rápido el movimiento, no ha pasado ni un año y tengo que pagar impuestos al nivel más alto sobre mis ganancias. Por eso también es como, pero pienso personalmente que estamos ante este mismo movimiento. La caída, la subida, la caída, subida, para después llegar efectivamente acá. Nada llega rápido al objetivo, quiero que lo entiendan. Mi objetivo estando acá, no estoy esperando a que lleguemos acá, instantáneamente caigamos y rebotemos. No, lo que yo estaría esperando es vamos a llegar acá, caer un poco por acá, tal vez decir vamos a los 414, digamos que ahí hagamos techo, caeríamos por acá, la gente cree que ya se acabó, volvemos a subir por acá a los 340, 370 y ahí ir a buscar oficialmente los 180. Entonces, esto va a tomar tiempo. No lo veo pasando rápido ni nada. Cuando volteamos a ver nuestro gráfico en 2 semanas, podemos ver, estamos muy por encima de todos los promedios, 9, 5, etcétera, todo por acá. Continuamos a la subida. Les voy a poner el HPDR, se las voy a resumir y nos vamos ya de una. Entrando acá, deberíamos de ir a testear la media en la de 2 semanas. La media, ¿dónde está? Línea meme, por supuesto, 374. ¿Dónde está la parte alta del canal? 436, por supuesto. Pero si yo fuera ustedes, me diría esto en la mensual. La mensual es mi vista favorita de este gráfico. Tienes el rango perfecto del HPDR junto con mis líneas memes y eso no tiene nada que ver con, por eso es mi favorito, pero es porque este rango está perfectamente definido de acuerdo a como yo lo veía antes y así es como se juntó. 50% debería ser la resistencia en los 370 cuando lleguemos. Ahora, una vez más, puede llegar a los 414, 420, sin duda alguna. Tesla en el pasado ha hecho ese tipo de movimientos. Y de ahí podemos también ver dónde tenemos nuestra media en los 283. Si los llevo a la diaria, ahí es donde van a ver. Estamos ya cansados por acá, necesitamos consolidar. El 97%, que es algo que toca Tesla, está justamente en los 370 para agregar un poco más de confluencia a las tonterías que les estoy diciendo. Y personalmente creo que de los 300 va a ser difícil bajar. ¿Se puede? Sí, simplemente por la vista diaria. Porque en los 300 tienes tu EMA 100, tu SMA 200, pero también aquí abajo tienes el, ¿cómo se llama? El promedio del 34, etcétera. Y todo está acá hasta el 287. ¿Eso qué quiere decir? Ahí les va. Lo pongo en la diaria. Lo que personalmente creo va a ocurrir es consolidación por acá, caída rápida hasta esta zona en donde está el promedio del 9. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes un cruce plateado acá. Promedio del 9, retesteo, continuar de ahí a los 370. ¿Ok? Ese sería mi escenario A. Eso es lo que yo más creo que va a pasar. Les voy a dar escenario B. Escenario B es que simplemente no perdamos esto en los 334 y la oportunidad de entrada acá o de acumularse acá y de continuación a la alza. No creo que sea tan probable. Escenario C, donde caemos, retesteamos, caemos, ya entrando en esta zona entre los 300 y 287, esta es mi zona entera, ¿ok? Tengo un rango grande de error, si lo quiero ver así. Aquí es donde yo acumularía. Esto es lo que yo esperaría a ver si lo llega a tocar, porque tocando esto nos va a dar ya el próximo nivel a la alza. Eso es donde yo pienso que se va a dar. Ahora, ¿dónde sé que estoy mal? Bastante fácil. Me quito el HPDR. Si perdemos esta zona y digamos los 287, ponte esto, 287, pierdes 287 a la baja, olvídalo, ya no hay más para arriba. Esto va a ir por acá a los 269 y de perder los 269, estás cocinado. Vamos a ir a buscar ese mínimo que yo estoy buscando. De poder aguantar esta zona es lo que sería normal. Simplemente necesita consolidación el precio para aguantar para agarrar fuerza y dar continuación. Pero por ahora, Tesla está en 341, consolidando. Esperemos cualquier oportunidad en el promedio del 9, en los 326, para poder agregar a la posición y de ahí continuar a la alza. Estamos mal una vez más abajo de 286, 287. Eso te podría llevar una vez más abajo de los 269 y eso te debería llevar a crear nuevos mínimos locales por debajo de estos en 214 y cacho. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso es Tesla. Vamos con AMD. Un segundo.
Alrighty. Advanced micro devices. I got an advanced micro device for you right here.
Right here in my pants. It's not that advanced,
Exactly.
but God, it's micro.
It's very micro. I can promise you the micro part.
Oh, I'm dying. That's so funny.
I can say nothing about the advanced part.
Oh, I'll be right back. 1 second.
You want to do this one? Yeah, let's start with the 6 month. So on the 6 month, momentum is pointed towards the downside. It is very close to breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility pointed up. But if you notice, 6 month is still in an uptrend, still in a pretty nice uptrend, putting in a higher low, while momentum is breaking below all of these lows, giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence. And this is a hidden bullish divergence that goes back long time and several X's in price. You got 1 drive, you got 2, and you got 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, which will confirm as long as price closes over about $187.28. And confirming that divergence will give you a minimum target of hitting this median, which is ever so slightly above our current all-time highs, right now sitting at about $270. And what goes along with that divergence is if you look at the HPDR, we got a nice move down to the 61.8% and the 21 EMA, but now we've strongly bounced and we're holding back over the 38.2%. And as long as we are over that 38.2%, sure, we might get one more retest, but by the HPDR rules, you would have a 61.8% chance of going to the median from there, which goes along with your hidden bullish divergence. How much of a bounce is this kind of, I'm curious. 50%, wow. Quarterly, now flipping back up, same idea as the 6 month, right around the edge of the bearish control zone, still below the moving average, however, so it can't be looked at as an expansion phase just yet. While volatility contracts, volatility was contracting basically this entire way, this entire move to the downside, telling you it's high probability you're going to put in a higher low, and as of this moment, you are putting in that higher low. Quarterly has come all the way down to this 38.2%, and you're getting a strong bounce over that 38.2%. What you want to see as confirmation of the bottom being in is you want to see a close over this median. If you can close over that median at $126.65, that's going to be enough for me to confirm that the bottom is in, going to give you hidden bullish divergence, and you're likely going to get some strong busting action from there. Probably at minimum to somewhere around that 61.8%, which we topped out last time, which is right around that $260, $270 area. Monthly is now also flipping back up on momentum, but monthly has gotten back over the moving average and gotten out of the bearish control zone, while volatility contracts. So it should be looked at as a bearish retest as long as you're below this 21 EMA and this 38.2%. That sits at right around $120. As of right now, we are rejecting this 38.2% after closing below it. If you close over this 38.2%, though, momentum is going to shift, and you're probably going to go from there to $200. Still in this area, you are in danger of a lower high, and I personally would be more on the side of taking a short in this area, even if I was long from this area, just as a hedge, because this is going to be resistance. And I'd want to short it around this meme line at 183 to 200, and have my stop loss up here at 227. And then the TP would be first at this what do you call it, median at about like $150-ish. TP2 would be this 38.2% at $120, and TP3 would be very ambitious target of somewhere around come on, $85-ish. Not really that ambitious, but if you're going from 200, it's quite a drop. Let's go down a little bit. Let's go to the last time we flipped momentum up on the monthly and got out of the bearish control zone was right over here. And what did we do then? We rejected the 38.2%, then we broke back in and we went to the top 38.2%. Right now, that top 38.2% sits right around that $200 area. See what happened the last time around we did that. Right over here, made it to the top 38.2%, did end up going higher. Right over here, you made it to the top 38.2%, rejected, went to the bottom, then went higher. So they're basically, even if we are bullish, that the idea of that head short should play out in the short term. Even if it's going to get stopped, you likely will get a reaction around this $200 area. It's your top 38.2%. You got a meme line right there for whatever the meme line is worth, and it's a very round psychological figure of $200.
What do you mean, whatever the meme line is worth? It's worth everything, sir.
If you have no meme line, you have nothing.
Nothing.
2 week now has a first silver cross to the downside. We are currently rejecting the 21 EMA, which is right along textbook with that silver cross. However, we are above this 100, which 100 was our last major lower high before we dump skied to the 200. So if we do close over this 100, I'm going to be slightly in the camp that this silver cross will be invalidated, because we're likely going to base off the 200 and turn what was resistance into support. And likely from there, we get a nice move up into somewhere around $140 to $150, making it a lot more likely that we're going to go test $200, because that'll take us back into the monthly 38.2%. 2 week is now giving us a buy signal on the jewel within the bearish control zone. Let's mark this with a vertical line, and we had a buy signal in the bearish control zone. Right there. Get it right there. And this will be the last one. Fuck it, let's do one more. I always do that. About 8%. It's 81%. Doesn't look like that much in the chart. $10.7%. Vitalik ruined it for them whenever he switched Ethereum to proof of stake, because then all of the GPUs were no longer worth anything.
He did fuck over a bunch of people with that in different ways. not only this. I can't remember
Because at one
most of the
point,
other.
AMD GPUs were trading for their weight in gold.
Because of ETH alone,
Yeah,
you
because
think?
everybody wanted
Wow.
not just ETH, but it was ETH and ETH shitcoins.
Mm.
Because there was people with like maybe $50,000-$60,000 set up printing like 10K a month off of shitcoins.
Fuck. That's pretty nice.
So as of now, we are up about 26%. We have done a lot more than the minimum move, so let's just take it to somewhere around that 80% figure. Takes you very close to my meme line. What do you know? Amazing. Muy bien. Weekly is also flipping up on momentum, getting into the bullish control zone with volatility support, and now the jewel is about to give us a fucking epic buy signal. Pink is crossing above the yellow within the bearish control zone. Not too unlikely to see it move up to $200 from that. Let's see, let's mark this with a line. Got it right there. Here's another one. December of 2022. I'm not sure. I think that was the bottom of the stock market. I think the stock market actually bottomed around November, December. I don't remember if Bitcoin bottomed first or stocks bottomed first.
Bitcoin did first because remember the retarded decorrelation people came out because Bitcoin did not fall like crazy and then it bounced before. So they were like, Bitcoin's doing really well versus the stock market, must not be correlated. And then it caught up.
No, it's not correlated. They weren't wrong. The market is wrong.
It's just the way you're looking at it that's wrong.
Exactly. Exactamente.
They decorrelated, but they're now correlated without a correlation. Okay? Let us be clear.
5.62%, 20%. The market is decorrelated when I say it is. About 5%, same number as before. Percent. Then 37. And as of now, we haven't quite confirmed it yet, but let's just say it confirms here, because it's basically a formality on the confirmation. They're already kissing each other. Let's take it 5% up from here. That's I'm retarded. 5% is right around $120. That would take us back into that 38.2%. So now let's apply it around that 40% move that we saw. Brings us to roughly $160, which is at this last major lower high. This is the final thing stopping us from getting that move to about $200 at this last major lower high, which that 40% move would take us right up to that area. Doesn't tell us that we're going to break it, just that we'll probably test it. 5 days also positioned to the upside with volatility support. 5 days also working on that jewel signal, although it's much closer on the weekly than it is on the 5-day. Right now, you are breaking back into this 38.2%. So if we do close like this and deviating this 200, I would expect to move down to retest this median around $100. But I do think this is going to hold, and we're probably going to get a move up from there based on the higher time frames and that weekly jewel. 2 days also going along with the idea of a pullback with the momentum very close to starting to flip down, still positioned to the upside, with volatility very close to going into a contraction phase. And we've tapped the 88.3% and the 100 EMA. So if we do continue down from here, I would expect some type of move somewhere around this gap, this 9 EMA, right around that same $100 area, maybe down to this 38.2%. Take out all of these late longs, get everybody bearish again, thinking that the next lower high is put in, and then run it up to at the very least 140, but I think we'll go higher. And that's a 40% gain from $100. That's not bad. On the daily right now, we have a fresh silver cross to the upside with momentum going into a contraction phase, volatility contracting, telling you you're likely going to put in a higher low. And with that 4 hour, with that silver cross, you can get a nice target off of it, based off of likely not going to stop at the 9. And the reason why I think it's not going to stop at the 9 is because of this gap right here, and also the 38.2%. That's why I think it's more likely to come closer to that $100 area than the 9 at right around 110. That's only $10, to be honest. Not really that much. 10% is a lot for stocks, but for us crypto people, 10% is a sneeze. See, last time we flipped down on momentum, we came to the top 38.2%. Same idea as we're looking for now. 4 hours also flipped to the downside on momentum and volatility. 4 hours giving you a God mode sell signal on the jewel. I'd be looking for another, with the loss of this 38.2%, a move down to test somewhere around this 200. Probably a little bit lower though because of the gap. Gap is going to be a magnet for price action, but this is a lot closer to this cluster of EMAs around the 55 crossing up the 100. There's no cross for the 55 cross. Above the 100, but the significance is a faster moving average crossing above the slow one is usually in the signal of a bullish trend. Now let's switch to the RSI. Six-month has confirmed bearish divergence. Easy target has been hit. You've hit the edge of the bullish control zone and the 21 EMA, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $187. Zoom in on this a little bit. Ever so slightly. I believe this is a higher low. I can't really tell. I'm retarded, dude. And blind. Yeah, it's an ever so slightly higher low.
Sorry, what about you being retarded and blind has to do with this?
I couldn't tell whether this low was lower than this one or not.
No, I know, but what does that have to do with that? I'm sorry.
Oh, now I get it. I'm even too retarded to get that.
There you go. It's a triple whammy.
I just proved your point.
Sorry. It was easy. It was too easy.
Well, I guess I'm even more retarded than I thought.
Welcome to my world.
But this is the idea that I'm looking for with this bearish divergence is to have a bearish divergence that leads into a hidden bullish divergence. So we can see a little bit of a move down in momentum. That's what I would like to see with that move down to $100 to fill that gap, giving us an ever so slightly lower low than this area here while putting in a higher low on price, giving us hidden bullish divergence. And if that does confirm, our target will be the simple moving average, which is going to continue to go down. But actually, it's going to be the critical zone, which is lower than the simple moving average. And that level is going to update, but right now it's at $376. The bullish divergence is a little difficult at the moment to confirm. You'd have to close over about $187.
Yeah, way off.
Monthly also has bearish divergence. Same idea as before, with bearish leading into a hidden bullish, because now you have a possible 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. This is a little bit easier to confirm than the 6 month. You would have to close above about $131.71. Then you'd have a minimum target of this neutral zone at about $144, and then your next level is the simple moving average at 233. That 140 area, if we do tap it, I would look at it as pretty significant resistance. Probably do reject the first time around from 140, even if we are going to be bullish. Monthly, no possible divergence because we have a closing lower low. Nothing on there. Nothing. 3-day currently is active bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing above $114. Does look like this one is going to be invalidated unless we get a quick move down to fill that gap in a strong bounce. And your next target on that divergence with the close over about $122.52 is going to be not that much higher at 131. Probably don't go to the critical zone because of how high volatility is. 2-day also has bullish divergence, many drives, going to be active as long as you're closing above $114. Can't give you any targets because you're already in the critical zone. Maybe I could adjust it, but this should be taken with a grain of salt. $123. So we set this back to default. Oh, some more bearish news. Apparently, Putin is open to a ceasefire agreement with the cokehead of Kiev.
Big time bearish. No more money printing, no more larger deficits. Nah, I don't think so, buddy.
Where is Zelensky going to get his coke from?
That's the thing, right? It's not easy to get the purest.
He's too addicted to the presidential bumps now.
Man, some presidential bumps must be legendary. That shit is what Jesus fucking did back in the day. At least on South Park.
4 hour now has active bearish divergence. It goes along with the idea of a pullback to somewhere around that $100 area. And it is going to be active as long as you're closing below about $118. And your next target is the edge of the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about 109. And then your target below there is the neutral zone, which is what I think we're going to go to. And that one's about $101.68. 1 cent off from a perfect number. Now we will check the momentum. Six-month is now just about to flip back up, maintaining the bullish control zone. And notice what that pivot is. $103, exactly the area where we're looking at to be tapped and get a bounce at. Wonderful. And the significance of maintaining the bullish control zone is that you'd get a free move back into the critical zone. And moving into the critical zone gave us quite some girthy green dildos last time around. Quarterly is positioned to the downside right now. It is rejecting the bullish control zone, and it is going to be pointed down below $187.50. It's projected on this next open to be right at the edge of the bearish control zone, and this is the area where the pivot likely drops, and that's likely going to lead into some nice bullish hidden bullish divergence as well, just like we have on the RSI. Monthly is also just about to flip to the upside. It will flip up in 11 days as long as we're above $101.34. Some more nice confluence for that $100 area being retested. Weekly is also positioned up with a derp of life, and it's pointed up above $80.50. Last time we had a derp of life, we got a nice move to the upside. This time around, nice move, even though it was a lower high, still a nice move to the upside. And this one was also a nice move to the upside. We tested the 21 EMA each time, put in a lower high, and rejected. So right now, we've already tested that 21 EMA. But the confirmation, I'm not going to look at it as one of these moves unless we close below the 100. Weekly is also positioned to the upside, now breaking into the bullish control zone with volatility expansion, and it's up above $88.06. 5-day also pointed to the upside, very close to getting volatility expansion, pointed up above $88.16. 2-day also positioned to the upside with volatility expansion, giving you a double derp, a double extreme, and it is currently pointed up above $105.50. Daily is currently flipped down. Where does the pivot? It will remain to the downside below $119.10. And 4 hours also freshly flipped to the downside and will remain to the downside below $118. So the higher time frames on AMD are starting to shape up. It's looking like you're putting in your next macro bottom right at this 21 EMA like you did before when you went to all-time highs. You have possible hidden bullish divergences appearing on the quarterly and the 6-month. You have momentum, the pivot going down significantly, and now it's below price action. And you're right at the area where if you flip up, you will maintain the bullish control zone while putting in hidden bullish divergence. The pivot is on basically all of the high time frames right around the same area we're looking at to be retested. If you look at the bearish divergence in the low time frame on the RSI, and you look at your momentum on the low time frame, so momentum is pointed down, and you have a gap right around $100 to $105. I do expect that area to get retested. Momentum will flip back up on the quarterly, flip back up on the on the 4 hour and the daily, and then from there I expect to test somewhere around $130 to $140. If you reject it, it's still going to be an area for lower high anywhere between $140 and $200. If you start to accept over 140, even on a daily closing basis, likely going to go up to $200, 180 to 200. That's also you're going to be your next area for caution. And if you start to get a daily close over $200, then you're probably going to go to new all-time highs. Right now, I'm not willing to decide say whether or not we're going to go to new all-time highs or not. All I'm confident about is that we're probably going to test somewhere around that $140 area, which that's a 40% bounce from $100. Pretty good. Even if you put in your next local high there, got 40% move. What more do you want? And the invalidation is getting a daily close below $100, and then you're probably going to dump, probably going to break these lows, probably going to go below $50. But right now, I am looking at somewhere around 140, and possibly we can get a move up to 200 from there, and maybe new all-time highs. But short term, pull back to fill the gap, and then 40% up to 140.
Can I show you what you just said in a very simple graph
Yes,
chart?
please.
All right. Got the lows from the 22 right here, right? October and then December. We didn't test them until basically February of 25. So basically 3 years went by. Then you had the little breakdown, retest, breakdown, retest. If this plays the way that you're saying, which I also believe simply based on the structure on the daily, you go down here, you go up here, and this that looks like a chunky penis with chunky balls is an inverse head and shoulders.
The cock and ball setup.
And the cock and ball setup has a target. Let's say it breaks here about 156, and that's just like
beautiful.
that move right there.
Lines right up
Yeah.
to 140.
Yeah, I mean 140 is right here. So, and it's because we lost the SMA 200 right on the 24, and then we try to reclaim it then, and then we just lost it in the 100. But we're recovering the 100. Everything right here is just pointing at the other shoulder, and then some busting action, just like you were saying.
The market is in the mood for
Love it.
micro devices. It's my
That's
time
right.
to shine.
That's the micro devices boys are out in town, baby. Let's go. That's it. You guys are done. Anything else you want to add before we go?
No, I'm pretty good. That was a good stream overall. Monday stream.
Monday motherfucking stream. All righty. Well, thank you so much, my boys. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll be here. I'll be here.
See you
Thank
boys
you.
Buenas
later.
tardes and hasta luego, muchachos. I'm about to
Thank
fuck
you.
off to the airport and go to Tejas.
Good luck. Vale. Tenemos AMD, damas y caballeros. AMD, por supuesto, que es Advanced Micro Devices. Si no, no está hablando de micropenes avanzados. Son pequeños microchips. No sé cuántos de ustedes pensaron eso, pero por favor. O sea, madura, Alejandro. Así me decía una amiga que se llamaba Gina. Todavía se llama Gina, tal vez, si no ha muerto. No tengo... Güey, verga lo sombrío que se volvió esto, ¿no? Si no es que no se ha muerto. Ya madura, Alejandro, y no me dejaba hablar con ella porque no había madurado lo suficiente. Yo creo que hasta la fecha no me dejaría. Todavía no ha ocurrido. Ok. Micro Devices, AMD, ha estado en una tendencia alcista por un rato, pero esta empresa salió al mercado en los 70s, así que si quieres hablar de algo que lleva reventándola un rato, es esto. Había logrado un máximo histórico en los 2000, antes del boom de las .com, en los 48. De ahí hizo un segundo alto más bajo en el 2006, y de ahí tuvo el putazo del 2008, y desde entonces había estado por debajo. Pero una vez que recuperó el EMA 100 y el 200 por acá, en el 2018 vimos una explosión en el precio de AMD hasta tocar 2,222% en el camino para arriba. Sí, no lo estoy leyendo mal, un 2,222%. Desde entonces, AMD creó su alto más alto en octubre del 2021, y ese fue en los 164, y después tuvo una corrección de 67%. En este momento, ¿qué es lo que estamos viviendo? Habíamos tenido un alto histórico en los 227 y vimos una corrección bastante similar en los 66%, acá justamente en los $76. Y desde entonces, básicamente estamos retomándolo. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que tocamos el 34? La última vez que tocamos el 34 fue el 2018, antes de esa explosión súper alcista en el precio. Ese mismo retesteo, es más, ni lo retesteó, pero una vez que lo rompimos a la alza justamente en el 16, hiciste el front run del retesteo del 34, es cuando todo explotó a la alza. Por supuesto que hemos estado debajo de todos los promedios, pero por un rato no lo hemos hecho en cuanto a la trimestral se refiere, por lo que la máxima oportunidad, de nuestra opinión, pudo haber sido estos 85 o acá. Ahora, de que se va a ir para arriba y va a crear un nuevo máximo histórico, no tengo idea. Te voy a decir el movimiento a mediano plazo que vemos, que es un poco claro. Tienes tu promedio del 9 justamente en los 123 y estás entre el 29, el 9 y el 21, lo que todavía no nos pone en una tesitura muy alcista. Pero aprovechando que AMD tiene toda la información, vamos a verlo por acá. Nuestro siguiente objetivo deberían de ser los 127, pero podemos ver que por el hecho que hayamos tenido este wicazo, eso quiere decir que probablemente hicimos el front run de esto y ahora estemos cayendo y estemos justamente aguantando nuestro soporte en los $100. Ok. Mensual. Mensual, pueden ver que habíamos caído bastante y en esta caída llegamos al 88.3%, lo que nos dice que tenía muy pocas probabilidades de continuar. Ahora intentamos regresar a la zona azul, tuvimos el rechazo y estamos justamente acá en los 114. Estamos por debajo del promedio del 9 mensual, 21, y ahorita estamos retomando el 55 y también retomamos el 100, que en la mensual el 100, ¿cuándo fue la última vez que se había perdido el 100? En la mensual, o sea, estás hablando, ya estoy en el 2018, 2016, que es una situación bastante parecida a la de ahorita con esto, donde estamos esperando encontrar un gran rebote justamente por los mismos niveles que está usando. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas, bueno, vamos a la semanal. Semanal, han visto que ha tenido un movimiento bastante extendido a la alza, una vez más, 88.3% es donde está el rechazo, y ahora en esta nueva vela estamos intentando empujar hasta el tope del 88.3%, pero tiene más cara de que si perdemos los 114, simplemente vamos a ir a retestear este promedio del 9 en la zona del 61.8%, en los 105, y podríamos caer, de ser el caso, hasta los 97, que es la parte alta de la zona azul. Ya más abajo sería ir a buscar nuevos mínimos y no creemos que estemos parados ahí, sobre todo viendo que estamos volteando la de estar debajo de la zona azul a estar encima de la zona azul hasta el 88% y ahora cayendo. Diaria pone todo esto en contexto, pueden ver exactamente lo que decimos. Está cansado el movimiento hasta acá, el 95% fue lo que fue tapeado, que está muy cerca del S&P 200 y ahora estamos justamente rebotando el promedio del 5. ¿Dónde está nuestra zona de oportunidad? Tienes un cruce plateado justamente acá ocurriendo, lo que te diría que el promedio del 9 en los 110 es lo que te debería aguantar. Aquí te voy a dar los dos escenarios que tenemos puestos en mente en este momento. Por la estructura que estás viendo, y se los voy a hacer un poco más de lejos para que lo tengan más en mente, no hemos estado debajo de esta línea morada que viene en diagonal de acá para acá desde el 2022. Este fue el 2023, lo venimos a tapear, y acá la única vez que llegamos por debajo fue en octubre del 2022, que fue el fondo del mercado y el fondo del precio de AMD local, ¿ok? Desde entonces tuvimos un rebote explosivo a la alza, llegamos a nuestros máximos históricos y ahora hemos estado en una tendencia bajista. Toda tendencia bajista acaba ¿con qué? Con un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. ¿Qué tenemos acá? Hombro, cabeza. ¿Y qué es lo que seguiría? Hombro. Y esto que parece un nepe bastante choncho y pequeño es lo que probablemente nos dé el siguiente movimiento, el paso al siguiente movimiento. Esto ahora podría ser hasta acá, más o menos por ahí de los 106, podría ser a los 103, podría ser hasta los 101, no sabemos exactamente dónde va a cachar el movimiento, ahorita nos acercamos y de ahí nosotros esperaríamos busting action. y eso sería simplemente una vez que podamos romper este máximo en los 122, nos debería fácilmente ayudar a vencer este SMA 200 para arriba e ir a buscar ese objetivo en 140, 145. Por encima de este objetivo en 145 deberíamos de poder empezar a pensar que podríamos regresar a máximos previos y de ahí crear máximos históricos. Pero por ahora, para ponerla sencilla, esto es lo que tenemos en la mesa. Tenemos el reajuste justamente ocurriendo después de haber hecho este tope en 122.5. Lo que está ocurriendo es simplemente una corrección rápida. Tienes un gap justamente acá. ¿Ok? Este gap no me sorprendería que viniéramos a ver esto, que es un retesteo también de tu cruce plateado. Y acá, explosión a la alza. Estamos equivocados como simplemente si te llevas la línea de los $100 para abajo. Es literalmente todo. Esto es bastante fácil de invalidar. Esto es un long bastante sencillo, en mi opinión. Yo diría en spot, ¿no? Estás comprando AMD, compraría spot. Esto no es un gran trade. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes la trampa acá del gap y normalmente estas trampas con un gap, pues son trampas y no son fáciles de agarrar, ¿no? Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso es AMD. Ahorita voy a regresar con ustedes. Voy a, como siempre les digo, voy a comerme unos huevos. Voy a comerme los huevos y tomar tantita agua. Tal vez hasta me bañe. No estoy seguro si les puedo prometer eso, pero sí, ahorita nos vemos y platicamos de absolutamente todo lo que está pasando y de otras cosas, algunas cosas divertidas. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, cuídense mucho y muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos en este casino del tío Salo. Ya saben que aquí abajo tenemos los enlaces para Discord, que es gratis, para tradear, aprender a tradear en nuestros exchanges de futuros, que es absolutamente gratis. Aquí están abajo. Les mando un abrazo. Gracias a todos por estar aquí con nosotros. Pórtense bien. Nos vemos en un rato. Como de que no. Oigan, regístrense en Salud.